Good evening and welcome to the Westborough Select Board meeting called here on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. Just to note that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed by Westborough TV. And I would ask that all those that are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just to note, the beginning of our meeting, the call to order here is open forum. I believe there are some folks here that also were here at our last meeting and mentioned that provide the chance to comment on special town meeting warrant articles. What I hope to do to kind of keep us the way we've aligned the agenda tonight is that for open forum, if you have comments related to the town meeting articles, if you can wait to that agenda item, which is item 4, because we have a couple of items we want to get through before we get to that. We'll talk to that. But if anybody's here outside of discussion on the or topics related to the town meeting warrant articles, I would open it up for open forum at this point in time. How are you?
My name is Josh Ponte. I am the...
Actually, if you lean in a little bit more, Josh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep,
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm Josh Ponte. I'm the program coordinator with the Recreation Department, and I'm just here to inform the Select Board and general public about the winter stroll that is taking place this coming Sunday, November 27th. We've been working closely with public safety on getting all the details, and they're fully supportive of the event. The stroll portion will be taking place 2 to 5 p.m. with over 50 local businesses who are offering some kind of activity or craft or special promotion for the event. And that was all coordinated by Zach in Economic Development. And just some quick details. Mrs. Claus will be at the library doing a reading at 2, 3, and 4 p.m. The actual light parade itself down West Main Street will begin at 5:15 p.m. and that will be followed immediately by the tree lighting at the Rotary. And all the information is on the Recreation website, Economic Development website, the Town of Westborough website to get all the details and anything else you might, want to figure out about the event.
Great.
That's all I got.
Thank you for being here tonight. It's a wonderful event and always well attended. So
It'll be my first, so I'm excited.
Hope for good weather too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Josh. Anybody else here for open forum?
Hi, Steve Boudelaire, 9 Thomas Newton Drive. I actually have a question, point of information.
Yeah.
So will public input be, or comments be allowed when we get to tax classification hearing as item 5? Should we wait until then to make our comments?
Yes, a great question. Sorry, because I should have gone through that. Item 4, which is support of special town meeting warrant articles. I know last board meeting I asked folks that was the chance to talk about items besides yourself. You had asked to come before us, but I know others were in attendance, and so that'd be a chance to speak on anything relating to the town meeting warrant articles as we consider voting on our support as a board for those articles. Item 5, the tax classification hearing, that's separate and distinct, but that is a public hearing, so we will open that up for public comment as well. We'll go through the process. There will be a presentation by our chief assessor. The standard practice, I'll go for the board for any comments, and then I'll open up to the public for any comments they have, because, again, it is a public hearing.
Okay. Thank you. I'll wait till then.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, anybody else for open forum? Okay, if not, I'm going to move to the item 2 on our agenda, which is a request to waive building permit fees for Westborough Housing Authority.
So we received a request from the Westborough Housing Authority to waive building permit fees. The town routinely waives these fees for town departments. And even though the Housing Authority is not technically a town department, it is a government agency. And so they're requesting that the board waive these fees.
Any questions from the board?
Well, just a little bit of additional information. I was originally contacted by Linda Strand, Executive Director of the Housing Authority. They're currently looking to do a major capital repair upgrade with respect to water heaters in their properties. And they're looking at $7,500 in permit fees for this project that the funding they get from DHCD for this type of capital project does not cover. And so this would come out of their limited reserves and create some financial hardship. So that was the motivation for doing this. In the past, on specific projects, the Select Board has waived fees for the Housing Authority as well.
Perfect. Do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I move to waive all current and future building permit fees for projects associated with the Westborough Housing Authority.
Second.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
I think my only comment would be that if there are major projects going on, it would be great for us to have visibility to them, even if we're waiving these fees. And I realize it's out of our purview, the building permits and all, but if there are major initiatives going on, as you know, because we've expressed certainly an interest and intent through our affordable housing initiatives, that we be, made aware of those. So
that would be a request to the Housing Authority.
okay.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
be happy to relay that
Thank you.
request.
Thanks, Alan.
But, I mean, I guess, to note, though, they would still have to get building permits for
Yes.
these
Right, just
projects.
the
There are no
fees, yes.
fees associated with it.
Yeah, we're not waiving that process. It's just the fees. They still have to go through all of the obtaining the permits, closing out the permits, inspections, all that type of stuff. Make sure it's done. Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, next on our agenda is the town meeting warrant. As folks know, we had this on the agenda last time for placing the articles on the warrant and closing the warrant. We were asked to hold off until this meeting. However, I think we're good to go without adding anything on there. So, again, what I'm going to do is we'll go through and do this piece to it, and then we'll go to the section, item 4, which is support, where we'll open up for public comment. So is there a motion on the placing the articles on the warrant?
Sure, I'll make that motion. I move to place Articles 1 through 5 on the special town meeting warrant.
Second?
Okay, any comments on that?
I just wanted to add, the board's received a lot of emails about the special town meeting warrant, and I think just questions about how the process works. So I just wanted to also note for the public that the board, we talked about this before, the board is required, because you received a petition with the 200 signatures, you're required to set the special town meeting. We do have the vote about placing the articles. The board does not have discretion on the first two, because those are submitted by petition. So your discretion and that vote it would really be around the other 3 articles.
Okay. So is our motion then to place,
Your motion's
Redo.
fine. I just
Okay.
wanted it to be clear
No,
that
that's- yeah.
even though there's a vote, there's the
We'd
vote
have no
on the
ability to
agenda,
not
you don't
place
have
1
a
and 2.
choice with the first 2 articles.
right, okay.
Point of information, I didn't see the
What do you come up?
articles published, so can you tell us what the articles are, the 5 articles?
Sure. So Article 1 is public library construction and renovation. This is the citizens petition which is the vote to appropriate, borrow, transfer from available funds the sum of $36,698,556 for the library construction. Article 2, if you remember from town meeting, this is a similar one, is to establish dimensional zoning regulations for building in the M1 district. So basically, if Article 1 passes, this would be to set the zoning for it, which we need to do for municipal zoning. Article 3 relates to amendment of acquisition of 0 Ruggles Street off Ruggles Street. So this is an amendment related to the article that was voted and passed at town meeting in terms of that acquisition. So there's a change that one of the parcels that was denoted to go to the, under the care of the Select Board. We're asking that to go under the care of the Conservation Commission. So the only thing that would stay under the care of the Select Board is the area of land at the top of the hill next to the water tower. Everything else will go to Conservation. So this is really the parcel, the smaller parcel that's right off of Breen Road. So basically kind of the lower entrance to the property.
Ian, maybe you want to mention why we're doing that.
Yeah, and the reason we're doing that is that, as we talked about at town meeting, we had received a grant to purchase the whole property, but the state, when we knew that we wanted to preserve some space for the town, especially around the water tower, the state came back and said, no, we only give the grant if it's going 100% to conservation. So we decided as a board to walk away from the grant and still go for the purchase of the property. Post the meeting, the state came back and said, no, we really would like to give you the grant, so if you can do a couple of things, we will give you the grant, slightly modified because we cut out some of the acreage because we're keeping that. So this allows us now to receive slightly more than $60,000 from the state to offset basically the cost that the town has to pay. And so we were, as a board, comfortable with doing that. It's better for us, again, as a town, to receive grant money to offset some of that cost. So we thank the state for that. We wish they had told us that ahead of town meeting, so we didn't have to do this, but this gives us the opportunity to do that and then move forward with the closing expeditiously. But again, saves the town money. Thank you, Sean. Article 4 is an article to adjust the fiscal year 2023 elections budget, and this is looking for a transfer from free cash of $30,000, and that's because we've basically, with the October special town meeting going 2 nights to cover the electronic voting, we've basically spent the money that was already allocated in that budget for that. So this is to replenish it so we can have that money for the regular town meeting in March. So it's asking for that funding. And the last article relates to opioid settlement funds. So we are part of a consortium that's worked to receive money out of the Massachusetts State Subdivision Agreement for statewide opioid settlements and the National Opioid Settlement Agreement. So this is really a vote to transfer the money from free cash, which is slightly under $225,000, so that basically can be used for the purposes of that. So those are the 5 articles. So really, yep, you're welcome. And thank you for calling that out, and I apologize that if folks didn't see this posted. I think as the town manager said as well, when we're required to place Article 1 and call a special town meeting, we used that opportunity to do these a couple of cleanup articles as well. And hopefully they'll be straightforward. So thank you. Okay, so we had a motion and a second, I believe. Is that correct? Okay, all those in favor? So that's 5-0 to place Articles 1 through 5 on the special town meeting warrant. I would entertain a motion to close the special town meeting warrant, if I could.
So moved.
Seconded.
And that's to close the warrant for the special town meeting scheduled for December 10th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Any comments on that? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that is 5-0, 5 being present.
We have the warrants for you to sign, and the town clerk's here, so we can just get them posted.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, so I apologize for this. This is the least fun as you watch us sign. I will kind of set this up for the next item, as I talked about earlier, the support of special town meeting. As I mentioned at the last meeting, allow folks to speak on anything there. What I would ask, just in trying to keep our meeting moving along efficiently, happy to hear from folks speaking, but if what you're saying is just a repeat of what somebody else has already said, I would ask that perhaps you don't speak through the whole thing again. But if there's other comments or you just want to say ditto, that's fine. But Again, similar to town meeting and what the moderator asks is trying to keep this moving forward. So new comments definitely welcome, but repetitive comments, trying to keep those to a minimum. And Chris, before we start this off, maybe it would be helpful just, my understanding is, unlike the special town meeting and annual town meeting, the finance committee will not be putting together a full booklet of recommendations, but we will be putting together the warrant with both Board of Selectmen votes of support and the finance committee's votes of support. Is that correct?
Right. So the finance committee is meeting on December 5th, and they'll take their votes of support, and that'll be posted at the warrant. I did speak with the chair of the finance committee today, and they might actually offer some additional information that might be part of that. But we're printing them in-house, so it won't be a full booklet, or it won't be a full R&R.
And we'll save the town money as well by doing that. So thank you for doing that. Okay, great. So the first article, going through this, Article 1, Public Library Construction and Renovation. I do know, I believe that we have folks that want to speak on this one. I'll actually look to the board first if there's any comments or anything from the board, or do you want me to go to the public first? I'll go to the public first. Okay.
We can speak later.
Great. Is there anybody? And please, as always, if you just introduce your name and address so we have it for the record.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. The Advisory Finance Committee has already given their recommendation on this, 6-2 opposed. And so since it hasn't changed at all, I imagine that their recommendation hasn't changed at all either. I acknowledge that while a petition may be used in some instances under the charter, it cannot be used for this kind of bonding issue. Ultimately, the power of initiative is an important right granted by the charter, but it is not unlimited in scope. The charter simply does not permit revote petitions each and every time any measure passes or fails, regardless of the margin of victory and regardless of whether the validity of the vote is being challenged by other means. At this time, the disapproval of the library renovation project represents a valid and binding decision of the Westborough electorate made pursuant to law. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Paula Less, 7 Blake Street. I'm not reading. I'm just going to talk off the cuff. In this time of technology, where everything is going to technology, and technological companies in this country are growing by leaps and bounds. People are going to colleges. They're getting degrees online. People are reading books online. They're doing research online, and the justification of expanding a building, this is my opinion, in my estimation, is a waste of taxpayer money. We have a building that is, if the windows need to be replaced, the HVAC needs to be fixed, the money in past times was appropriated and was turned back to the town. I don't know why, but they didn't use the money, but they didn't. And so they wanted, it's just a little bit redundant. And when we did the Forbes building, I was very involved in that project for the Forbes building, the fire station, and the police station, and the town hall. And one of the big cries was, in the Forbes building, they were going to be enough meeting rooms available for any purpose of people in town to have meetings. They had to just put it on the agenda or record it. There are more rooms empty in that Forbes building, not empty, but they're not being used 24/7. They have brand-new HVAC, the windows have been replaced, that building is up to code, it has an elevator, can more than accommodate any special interest that would need, or people request or have an interest that they want to put over at the library. We have a building that that we're paying for and has already been voted on. And lastly, the seniors in this town, I think, are really being disrespected. There are a number of people in this town who have lived here for a very long time and have paid their taxes, paid their dues, and the taxes keep going up and up and up. And I understand progress and things need to be changed and things need to be brought up. And people are having to work within the town's departments to help pay off their tax bill. I think some kind of a consideration for that, whether they get elimination of the school, they don't pay the school budget on their tax bill, but something needs to be done for them. And lastly, I know you're not going to like what I'm going to say, but all of the selectmen were voted on. And it is my understanding, in a democracy, you people are supposed to be representing your constituents' wishes, not your individual wishes. And each one of you has a district that you're supposed to be representing. And at the special town meeting, the people spoke. They spoke and said, no, we do not want the library project to go forward. But yet, when it came to a vote, every one of the selectmen did not listen to your constituents, and you voted in to put that move. I understand that you were, because of the petition, you are forced to move forward with a special town meeting. But how many times are we going to do this? It costs more and more and more every time you do it. You're so concerned about it that the electronic voting, or we're going to go back to paper voting or hand raising, which just gets to be ridiculous. And then last of all, whose legacy is that library? What is it for? What is the major push? What is the major impetus of this library? For 10 years, this has been going on. For 10 years, that library, oh, we need this, we need this, we need this. Why? For what reason? When was the last time a kid in high school went and did research at the library? When was the last time that somebody could not get a book if they called the librarian and said, it's not in your library, can you get it from me from a surrounding town? That's available to them. So I'm asking you to listen to your constituents. And your constituents have spoken once, and I have a feeling they're going to speak again. Because now people are saying, how many times do we have to go back and say no? And it's being squeezed in between Thanksgiving, the Christmas, Hanukkah, and all of these other things that are happening. It seems a little not so. It could have been pushed off until, I think it could have been voted on to be pushed off until after, I understand, because of the 45-day, okay. So, but after this article, what's to say that the people who don't get their own way don't bring it back again? So that's all I have to really say. I feel as though, as a democracy, you're supposed to be doing your job. You're supposed to be representing the people that voted you into your position.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just for a clarification, I think it was nothing negative, you said that we represent districts. We actually each individually represent the whole town. We're voted by the whole town, so unlike state reps, but it's fine. Your point still stands. What you said, the town spoke, and we represent the whole, each of us individually represent the whole
Right,
town
we're
as a
not,
board.
we're not, and I was going to make that clarification just for the public's benefit. We're not voted in by district. We are voted.
By the town.
By the whole town.
I understand
Of which
that.
there are 6 districts, just so that everyone, or precincts, so that everyone understands that.
But in the past, Ian, you had a meeting with a certain district where you had a meeting where people came when there was the fire station and when they wanted to put instead of breaking it out into 3 projects, they broke them all under one umbrella, and then they broke them out into separate umbrellas. You had meetings with people in town where, I don't know, where did you draw those people from? Just the town?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, everyone's invited, yeah, but yeah,
I understood that it was a district that you were representing.
no,
Okay.
no, it's the town and,
So
They don't-
whether
but-
you,
We do represent the whole town, so the
Okay.
point is still.
but the point is
the
still very valid.
constituents,
The
right.
constituents, as you said, constituent was spoken. It was just more of a clarification that we
you don't, each
represent.
one doesn't have a district.
No, we have the whole
You
town.
have the whole town.
Yes,
And the whole town spoke.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak?
Angelo Cavalieri, 16 Samuel Harrington. I've lived in the town for almost 28 years, so I guess I'm somewhere in between newcomer and townie. I'm not sure where exactly I am, but I look at, I've been to many town meetings over the years, and, I have my own opinions, good and bad, about our town meeting form of government, but I think given this episode and some of the other recent ones, I'm starting to see that maybe our town meeting form of government is starting to burst at the seams, and it's kind of to maybe outlive its usefulness. I mean, the situation where we had a vote at town meeting was completely valid, there was nothing done wrong technically, yet we have this ability to essentially, as it was described, I guess, last week by my friend Mr. Boulier as a do-over, is, something that can be done. And it just seems to me that this is leading us to an episode where there's going to be a lot of bad feelings that are going to endure for a long time over this. I mean, if you look at some of the other things we're talking about at this upcoming town meeting, moving $60,000 from free cash or $30,000 from free cash, that pales in comparison to almost $37 million. A decision of that magnitude, in my opinion, just needs the voices of everybody who is registered to vote. And I asked Wendy beforehand, just before the meeting, we have 13,000 registered voters. In any town meeting, we'll never have anything close to that. And again, it's not to say that all of those 13,000 people are going to be motivated to vote, but in a situation like this, the amount of money we're talking about here, the implications in terms of what's going to cost the taxpayers of this town, would be best served by allowing this to be voted on in some form or fashion using a ballot. I just think the town meeting form of government for something like this, especially after we've already had a town meeting about it, is going to serve us very poorly. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one other piece of clarification came from before, and just rung my bell. I just want to make sure that folks know that for the town meeting, which has been called for December 10th at 9 a.m., we will be using electronic voting. So we have gone ahead, we've ordered that, paid for that. That was just to make sure there was some talk about paper ballots, something like that. No, this will be, just like the other town meetings, this will be electronic voting. Other comments? Yes. Nope. Steve, sorry. You're second, Steve.
Hi, I have no formal comments, but I do just recall at the last
Actually,
town.
if you just want to introduce yourself
Oh,
and
yeah.
address.
Hi, I'm Susan Reynolds, 50 Upton Road. I've lived in the town also, actually 30 years. And I was thinking about the last town meeting. I think I heard a comment said that we don't have a tax problem yet, but we have a spending problem. and I can't remember who exactly said that, but I am very sensitive about the spending issues. I'm also sensitive because I put my children through school, in this town. It was a wonderful town to educate them. I've been to the library some. I will admit I have not been there lately. I do love libraries in general. I think they're wonderful places. I don't want to downgrade, the meaning of a library, but I'm concerned about the cost of it. My boys are now 25 and 26. They're both going to be around for Thanksgiving. Both of them, 4 out of 5 of their best friends have moved out of town. They were all in pretty nice big houses. They didn't move far. Some moved to Grafton, some moved to Shrewsbury. But at a certain point, they realized, okay, maybe my big house and my money needs to go elsewhere. So I don't want to see these big houses, all of a sudden us having a glutton of them. And I'm mentioning that comment mainly because you're talking about a 2-tier tax rate system soon, too. So I did vote against the library expansion. I'd love to see some renovations. I think there was talk about, the town hall, what we were going to do with that. It's been an amazing renovation. I am in favor of our historic buildings, and I think we could do an awful lot with it. So I am disappointed. On December 10th, I happen to be out of town at a wedding. I will not be there, but I really hope you can think about our comments here. And it does sadden me that it's going to cost free cash. I'm sorry, no free cash, $28,000 I'd like to have to spend on something, but to spend $28,000 on a voting system saddens me. So I know the Mass General Law, the way that is written, but I just don't know when we can buffer against that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve?
Hi, Steve Boudelaire, 9 Thomas Newton Drive. Briefly, I just wanted to reiterate, as I stated to the Select Board last week, having a revote for a single article previously taken up and decided at a recently held town meeting undermines our town meeting form of government. Many people chose to spend long amounts of time at the recent 2-day meeting. How will they feel about doing this in the future once they experience an episode whereby an issue decided at one meeting gets changed in another? Because of this, I urge the Select Board to respect and honor the vote taken at the October 17th meeting and vote not to support the library expansion article at the December 10th special town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. I'm also the chair of the Library Board of Trustees. I just wanted to clarify for those listening in here tonight, as well, the part of Mass General Law versus our Select Board in front of us. The Select Board is not against the citizens' wishes. The Select Board was voting in the Massachusetts state law that says that if a citizen's petition comes forward with enough signatures, that it moves to a town meeting. That's not a choice of the Select Board in front of us. I don't think they're choosing against town wishes. That was at the board, expressed at the town meeting earlier. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was really clear on that. I also feel that this isn't going against people's wishes. It's a citizen's petition. It's written in the Massachusetts law for a reason. Citizens of our town expressed their vote at town meeting, and citizens also came forward to exercise their right to express their desire to have it looked at again. And that's what happened. As many people came forward then as did at town meeting. And so therefore, that's why we're here. It's written into law. And I just wanted to clarify that for everybody. I also would like to ask people to think about that we're not voting on December 10th about the process which brought us to this. We're voting on the project. And so when people ask you to think about your support for or against the project, and this goes for citizens as well, it's not your support for the process, it's support for the project or not. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Matthew, 20 Andrews Road. How many times can this happen? In other words, how many let's say the vote on the 10th is to approve the project, and then we already have 250 signatures, I hear, against it. So we can have another town meeting, special town meeting. So when does it end? How many times? Is there a limit? I don't know the answer to that question, but I think we can continue to keep going back and forth, and as Angelo said, it can create a lot of division in this town. There's already division now, and it's not going to get any better on December 10th.
Thank you.
Just to answer that question, though, just so the public is aware, the answer is it can go back and forth. I mean, a citizen's petition is a citizen's petition. That is my understanding. So, obviously, at some point, if the outcome of a special town meeting were to be in favor of, that 2/3 were to be reached, there is a process by which the library trustees and building committee of the town would have to enter into an agreement with the Mass Library Building Commission. And so it becomes infinitely more complicated once contracts are signed, just to be clear, because undoing that is even more complicated than a vote of the people, if we can imagine that. So, but Mr. Matthew, you make a good point that, in fact, that because of the process in Mass General Law before us, it does allow for this to occur really at any time. I think that the past practices of the town, at least as long as I've been here and long before I was in this seat, have been such that citizens petition sort of came up at the end of a town meeting and as part of kind of the course, not as more of a one-off. So just for clarification.
Thanks, Shelley. Yep.
Hi, good evening. Shirley Ellison, 3 Roy Street. I'm just kind of piggybacking, but sort of summation of everything here. I think for your job, as they mentioned, you're representing the town people here, and the 2 things that keep coming to me in mind is precedence and integrity. One is the integrity of the vote itself, and I understand that we have to have this other meeting and vote again, but I think that the selectmen have a very strong duty to send the message to the town folks of the integrity of the vote. And I think that you stating you're in support, not whether it went through or didn't go through, but the integrity of the vote is very important because of your setting precedents for people to do exactly what we don't want to have happen, which is having continuous back and forth. Because if you're just not happy with the vote, then you can go and get 200 petitions of 20,000 residents. It's not that difficult, and this will go on forever. Not only is it burdensome financially to people, it's also setting precedents as to why are we even voting. What is if my vote doesn't count and I don't get my way, I can always re-vote it. It just doesn't make good sense. It doesn't make financial good sense, timing, or giving our voting system any credibility. So all I ask is, as selectmen, that your statement as a group collectively is going to have much, much power in regards to the precedents going forward and what your stand is on the vote that already existed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Actually, just because you've spoken once before, I just want to see if anybody else. Yes.
Vikas Singhvi. And
Actually, if you just speak into the microphone.
okay,
You have to,
is it better now?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, awesome. Vikas Singhvi, 10 Simeon Howard Way. So among everybody here, I guess I'll be the newcomer in the town, but I'm living in this town for last 15 years. And my kids can I go to library and read books and enjoy it. But I don't think spending $36 million and plus for all the financing fee, borrowing costs at this environment where the interest rate is this high, so it's not going to be $37 million. I believe it's going to go way, way high. So that's one thing. And I think it's a wasteful, investment, if you call it investment, considering, I mean, I was talking to my friends and say, hey, this is happening, and please don't take my remark in the other way around. I'm going to talk a little bit casually around this thing. They said, yeah, library is good, but it smells. And they said that, but kind of spending $35 million plus, the financing fee, maybe in $50 million, we can set up a perfume, factory there. So that problem will be solved and we'll earn money around it. So, but that remark, although was said in jest, but please consider that we are spending 35 million plus, I don't know how much, financing cost will be, maybe over $50 million we'll be spending on this project for maybe we could kind of get rid of some smell. So I think, and on a serious note, libraries are important, but this library is functioning well. It's doing its function well. And if you want few more computers, because everybody are like a lot more tech savvy, everybody use computers to do research and all that, sure, but not at $50 million. I mean, few computers, maybe 100 computers, if you want to buy, it's not going to cost $35 million. So I'm just wondering, I know the whole process that happened, and I'm new to the whole process, like, sure, citizens wish, we have to kind of go again and vote it, and there are all, folks are saying they're already 250 against it, we're going to vote it. Every time you're going to spend $28,000, maybe $28,000 if you buy the computers for the library, and for the secondary vote, we would be like saving a lot of money and getting things done. So I don't understand why we are pushing this at this environment where interest rates are so high. When interest rate was 3%, maybe this would have been like maybe 35 million plus maybe 40 million. Now 7%, 8% interest rate. In my mind, it's a wasteful splurge for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to note on that, because it did come up, I think at our last meeting, but we did from our finance director did provide to the board and this and to the went to the finance committee, I think, as well. But again, these are estimates because you don't know when it's there. But basically, looking at what the balance would be of the project, as stated in here, taking out the state funding, so basically a principal balance of just over 27 million, and ran a few scenarios to the question about interest rates, just so people hear it. So on a 20-year borrow, it moved from an interest rate of 4%, which was slightly under $11.5 million of additional interest cost, to, if you went to, up to 6%, that would range just over $17 million on that. So, and then they gave us increments in between, but basically a range. We don't know where, if this passes and we went to borrow, where that would come in, but just because it has come up as a question before, just to share that with folks. And as I said, I'm sure this will be shared at town meeting because it has been requested, but kind of a range of folks to think about what that additional financing cost would be for the borrow. Also, just it varies, but on average, what that impact would be at that 4% interest, the average increase on a single-family home for taxes for that piece would be $250 per year. If you went to the top level of the 6%, it was $287 what on average per year, what that would cost. And again, it varies, some below that, some early years are higher, later years are lower because the interest goes down over time because the principal goes down.
And that was just the interest portion, correct?
That was the total portion.
Total portion, okay.
Yeah.
And that's a high.
No, that's the average. What? The numbers I gave was the average.
Okay.
So the average at,
I didn't know what you were.
sorry, at
I know what you were
4%, the
referring to.
high was $317 on this. Again, average single-family house, it's the best way we have to do it. It's going to vary on the house. That average single-family house is somewhere right now in Westborough about $650,000, I think. The high at a 4% would be the first year at $317. The low would be the last year at $183 on the tax bill, but on average, over that period, it'd be an average of $250 per year on that average single-family home. So, sorry, we have it in front of us, and there's numbers there, but that can be shared with folks too. It is public record, and thank you to our finance director for sharing that with us. So I have another one that I'm going to call. I just want to make sure anybody that hasn't spoken first can speak, if that's okay. Hi.
Melanie Board, 51 Warren Street. And I probably should disclose, I sit on the Finance Committee. I've been here 7 years. So one of the things that I hear, I find it kind of interesting that everybody that has gotten up and spoken has been kind of opposed. They think the revote is unfair. They think that the funds are extraordinary, which they are. And yet, I think one out of everybody who's spoken was a proponent. If there's that many people that feel like $36 million investment is good, why didn't they show up to the original vote? Why didn't they show up tonight? I mean, we should take that into consideration. The other thing I wanted to point out, I work with an indigent population every day. And usually when people talk about average taxes, I hear in this town the word only. The predecessor, it's only this much. When you don't have a lot of resources, you don't want to hear only. $250 is a lot of money to some people. It's, medication for several months. Things that they require. They don't require a $36 million investment across the street. The other consideration is, I know people have talked about like a cultural center where you could have a satellite library. Everything that we focus on in this town is on this side of the Rotary. We own a lot of real estate on the other side of town, all the way to Ullman's, and I feel like those people aren't even considered in some of these big expenditures for big buildings. So I think we should think it through. I have to say, I think the revote is kind of a sour grapes because, Shelby, to your point, if we could go back and forth, it feels like you could leave this whole project in limbo. And if you leave it in limbo, then you're going to lose the state funds. The $9 million is going to go off the table. So that makes no sense. It really doesn't. But this is a huge expenditure, and I think people have spoken and said, no, it's too much. We'd rather repair what we have because it fits the need now, not, for 10 years we're paying extraordinary interest rates. So,
Thank you.
that's it.
Anyone else before I go back to Paula? Oop. Trying to get to you, Paula, sorry.
Hi, Susanna Arpante, 44 O'Neill Drive. I just wanted to ask, as I was looking, and I did vote against the library project, not because I don't like libraries. I've loved that library. My grandmother went to that library, my father went to that library, I've gone to that library, my kids have gone to that library. I loved Mrs. Hurley, great library. They're doing a fine job now. But I'm looking at the strategic plan that's online and the priority of projects. And in here, the library project, I believe it's number 17. No, actually 18. This is very small on my phone. High priority projects on the list include looking at a satellite fire station or police station. Another one is the project up at the state hospital where you're looking at a community center, and in your last meeting you had that picture up on the board. So my question is, if we're going to tie ourselves down to a $36 million, well not quite, bond over 20 years, when are we going to be able to afford these other projects, and how much is that going to add on to our taxes? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Paula? Please do.
Paula Less, 7 Blake Street. 2 comments. To the woman who was talking about she works with the indigent population in this town, I know very well that the food bank in Westborough is underfunded, undersupplied, and that there are a great number of families in the shadows that are financially suffering. And when you look at Westborough, it falls under, I know everybody thinks that Westborough is, this high affluent town. And for some, it is. But for a lot, it's not. And when you take into consideration nationally, 1 in 5 children go to bed at night hungry, and the food bank doesn't have enough food to hand out to the people who absolutely need it, where is our priority? Is our priority to have monuments, or is it our priority to have healthy, intelligent, productive individuals coming up the line? I've lived in town for 43 years, and I've seen a lot of changes in this town. That's one topic. The other topic was, I'm sorry. The other topic was, I know at other town meetings, the Finance Committee is asked, do they approve an article? They either say yay or nay. The selectmen are asked, do you approve an article, yay or nay? So you do have the right as a body to listen to your constituents, to say, no, we don't support it. I understand by law you had to bring this forward, but you do have the right and you do have the ability to say, we do not support that because the people of this town who voted you in do not support that. It's happened in it's happened in other town meetings. I think it can happen again. That's all I'm asking you to consider.
Thank you.
Oh, can I put something in the record?
Sure.
Okay, this is the
Actually, if you want to introduce yourself again, just in case someone new joined to watch.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. So this is the Future New Orders Diffusion Index for New York. And so here we have our present day right here below the line, and here is the crash of 2008. Here is the crash back for the 2000 stock market internet stock crash. So we're in terrible shape right now. We're in a recession. A lot of people think we got a depression going on in the next 6 months. And then the other chart is the 10-year Treasury constant maturity minus 2-year Treasury. And so this is where we are right now. And this is back in the 2008 crash where it went below the line, where the interest rates were inverted, and then here's the 2000 crash. Here's the 1987 crash, and here's the big depression of the late 70s, early 80s. So if you guys don't think the economy is bad, you should be looking at some charts. Anyways.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments on this? Not shutting things down, just to note, we will at 7 move, because we do have a public hearing for tax classification. But seeing none, I'm going to turn it back to the board. Again, we're still on Article 1 for any comments. If you have any, or a motion for a vote.
Do you want to go first?
No, I'm sorry, you're turning it back to the board? We're done with
Yes, back to the board, yep.
Sorry.
Okay. A couple of quick comments. The concept of, and part of the reason we're having some of this conversation today was at our last meeting I asked for the week, because we had heard that, there was a request to the state for state level ARPA funds. And I had heard that those decisions were going to be made by the end of the year. By switching the funding mechanism, I don't know what happened, to debt exclusion, that would require a townwide vote. This has also been suggested, which of course is additional effort, additional cost, additional work. But feeling that if we knew whether or not we were receiving an additional $13 million in funding for the project, which would lower the cost of the project back to the roughly 23, 24 million originally projected, and then the 9.4 million from the state would bring it back to the original 2019 numbers, that would be informative to the voters. We've subsequently learned that, first off, the state will probably not announce the use of the next round of ARPA funds by December 31st. And because of that and the logistics required and the lead time required for a special town election, as well as the additional cost, it's the reason when we talked about placing the articles on the warrant, we didn't make any changes, and we're silent on that. So that's, if people are wondering what happened to that idea, that's basically, it just wouldn't work out, and there's no awareness that we would get the information that we need that might additionally sway people's vote. A lot of conversation about the process, and it's a good debate about the process, and does it set precedent, or is this the exception that proves the rule, and how it would go forward. And I will point out that there have been other citizens petitions that have been brought forth because folks were wanted the town to move faster or differently through different boards and committees and efforts throughout the town. I'm not aware of one in response to a town meeting vote in the past. I didn't go too far back in looking for that, though. But so regardless of your views on why we're here and how we got here, the fundamental question as the executive branch of government, not the legislature, is does the project still have merit? And in thinking of that, we know that right now with a cost estimate approximately $35 million less the state funding, the cost to the town would be about $27 million plus the cost of financing. Okay, the current rough order of magnitude to do all the necessary repairs for the building to bring it up to code, which it would need to be do for both life and safety, as well as accessibility, is estimated at just under $20 million. If we took those repairs on as a single effort, do them right away all at once, we still have issues not included in that estimate of closing the building, finding an alternate location, storage, moving, insurance, et cetera, that would add cost to that $20 million that is included in the overall cost of the renovation project that we voted on and will be voting on again. If we take on the repairs in stages, each stage then goes through our capital planning process, which means we're looking at design, bidding, and execution, and the overhead that comes with that, which will add cost to each phase. Additionally, as we've seen in other major building projects, doing the projects in stages can and will, we should expect it will increase the cost significantly. And we've seen that recently with town building projects as well as school building projects. Additionally, the effort to manage code triggers that force work in a certain order is difficult and is somewhat out of our control. So with a moderate rate of inflation, if we were going to do the $20 million in repair work over the next 5 years, it's reasonable to expect the cost to the town, absent of financing, because when we do large repair projects, we'll often borrow for those as well. Although free cash and other sources could be an option. But the expected work, even looking at a 4.5% to 5% inflation rate, we'd be looking at over $25 million over the next 5 years. It'd be reasonable to assume that that is an estimate. It could and potentially be higher than that, depending on how the scenario plays out. In both scenarios, whether we renovate or whether we repair, I expect we'll need to use debt to pay for it. And so we're going to incur those debt costs, and those will fluctuate with as they always do with the market. And so my thought process goes to if it's A or B long term, where are we providing a solution and the best value to the town? Someone asked why now. Yeah, the timing right now for this project's awful, right? Absent COVID, this project probably would have, reached us and gotten approval from the state 2 years ago, before we saw the radical inflation in construction costs, and the impact of the COVID pandemic on supply chain and on resources. The process wasn't ours to control. It's mandated by the state, by the Board of Library Commissioners. And so, yes, the project was started in 2012 with the support of the town. The 2016 was a major milestone with the support of the town. If we controlled the process, I assume we would have moved the project forward quicker at a lower cost. So, that's to a little bit of the why now. And so, as we think about this, I know there are a lot of feeling that we should, the process of why we're voting again should be part of the consideration. But I guess I would encourage folks to vote that are conscious on the merit of the project and the value, their perception of the value that the project will provide to the town. And to do that in part because as imperfect as the open town meeting system of government is, I believe it is the least imperfect. I've heard comments from residents about we should look at other forms of government that allow for better participation. Under state constitution, there is no other form of municipal government that allows for as much participation as the open town meeting format. And so, and we can argue town meeting is the most open to participation. I do empathize. I'm really torn. I don't have opinion as to whether or not a citizen's petition and revoting something is a good thing or a bad thing. I understand the view of a lot of people who think it's a bad thing because it potentially sets a precedent and it's a revote. On the other hand, it is part of the democratic structure, and people are engaged in participating in a discussion, maybe not in the way that everyone would like, but I'm always hesitant to discourage anyone from getting involved and being engaged civically. And so those are my comments.
Great.
Yeah, if I may.
Yep.
I
I just wanted, sorry, just one thing. So we're at past 7 o'clock of a public hearing. I think we have to look into you for process, open the public hearing.
Right.
Can we finish then this discussion, or should we go right to public hearing?
I think you should go to the public hearing.
Okay. Okay, and I apologize for that, folks, because we do have a public hearing that's been advertised on tax classification. We will get back to this, but I would look for a motion to open the public hearing for the tax classification.
So moved. Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. And again, apologies to folks. Thank you for speaking. We will definitely get back to it and discuss it tonight. So I do apologize for that. Mr. Steinberg.
Good evening. John Steinberg, Chief Assessor. Thank you, Board of Selectmen, taxpayers, for having me here tonight for the classification hearing. I want to begin by thanking my staff, Liz Scher, who is here tonight, Tara Damiano, my lister. Actually in the crowd tonight is my new assistant who will be starting on Monday, Julie Brownlee. I want to thank Leah Talbot, Finance Director, Bob Haley for all his help, and of course Christy and Kim for all they do. Thank you. So we're here tonight for our tax classification hearing at long last. The purpose of the hearing tonight is going to be to vote on 3 actions. The first is to vote to maintain a single tax rate or shift a portion of the tax levy from residential to the commercial, industrial, and personal property classes. The second is to vote whether or not to adopt a residential exemption. And the third is to vote whether or not to adopt a small commercial exemption. I'll start by giving you a little picture as to where we are and point out some important information to help you make this decision. Our fiscal year 2023 at a glance, the background information is we take our last year's levy limit of 96 million, add 2.5% of 2.4 million, and new growth this year, which was $3,669,985. That gives us our fiscal 2023 levy limit. You add to that the debt exclusion, which gives us our maximum allowable levy of $103,452,119. Your actual levy this year is $88,935,815. Yes, I will start rounding in a little bit, I promise. Which leaves us with an excess levy capacity of $14,516,303.75. To point out a few items here, which I'll get to in more depth shortly, is the sizable new growth for this year, the 6.19 increase in the levy, and the continuing decline of the debt exclusion. Our fiscal 2023 valuation was $5,282,491. That's an increase of $752,717,347, or 16.62%. Let me point that out again. That's $5.28 billion. And that increase in that total valuation, if you maintain a single tax rate, will result in a tax rate of $16.84, a decline of $1.65. To break down that property value increase, you can see our residential property class increased by 17.79% to $3.7 billion. Our commercial class was up 2.36% to $609 million. Our industrial class was up 25.17% to $607 million. Our personal property was up 18.86% to $349 million. And to break that out, your average single-family home value increased this year by 17.57% to $656,738. Average commercial property went up 3.4% to $2,296,250. And your average industrial property went up 24.55% to $3,793,095. If you maintain a single tax rate, your average single-family tax bill will go up $731 to $11,059. That's a 7.08% increase. With the decline in the tax rate and the lower average increase in the commercial property, they would see a decline of 5.79% or $2,375, lowering their bill to $38,669. In the industrial class properties, the average industrial property would see an increase in $7,567 or 13.44% for their average tax bill of $63,876. This just breaks it out by class a little clearer so you can visualize. This is the first time that Westborough will fall below the 30% non-residential value, but you can still see It's a sizable amount of our town compared to many communities, just visually from that pie chart. You can see the net from percentages from fiscal '22. And this gives you another visual look at where we've been going. As you can see, gradually over time, we have been having less and less, lower and lower percentage of of non-residential, and an increasing percentage of residential value. I pointed out two shifts there. In 2019, we had a large increase in taxes. There was a 0.90 shift from the non-residential to the residential. I point this out because we did a lot of talking earlier in the year about the projected shift. And the original projection was 1.5%. The ultimate shift, due to the increase in the industrial class, was 0.69. And I pointed out because while there have been great shifts in the past, there's lots of things that contribute to the taxes. As I pointed out earlier in the year, the challenge with the valuation methodology is that I don't have the information for the industrial and commercial properties early in the year. So it's difficult to project those numbers as you go forward. This trend of increasing residential percentage is common throughout the area. It's not just us. It is attributable also to new construction, not just an increase in value. As Pulte builds out the state hospital, and there are over 200 condo units now, that has millions of dollars in residential value. Here's a quick look at our growth. You can see this year, you'll see the red line, which is commercial industrial real estate growth, which is substantial. And yes, that's because of Amazon, right? That's also because of Astellas and Olympus. And here's some of the sources. Bear in mind that Chauncey Lake condominiums and Silver Hollow Estates, which is now moving along with the 26 houses that are going in up off Mount Pleasant, thank you. And the largest personal property growth are Astellas, Amazon Robotics, and LabCorp of this year. I want to take a minute just to talk about excess levy capacity and growth. As we've talked about in the past, there's been a lot of talk over time about our excess levy capacity and how we have $14 million worth of excess levy capacity. And what does that mean? The excess levy capacity is taxes that you could have raised over time but did not. Okay? And we have a lot. And why is that? So what if we didn't have any? Right? If you look at our actual levy from last year, if you add 2.5% to that $83 million levy, without any new growth, that's $85,841,926. You add to that just our real estate growth, and that gives you a potential levy limit without any personal property growth of $87 million. That's a 5.03% over fiscal '22 actual levy. People ask me all the time about Proposition 2.5. Proposition 2.5 allows for 2.5% above last year's levy plus new growth. One of the benefits that we have is we have a lot of industrial property. But let's not lose sight that it's not just real estate, it's personal property as well. Our levy for this year was $88,935,815. That's a 6.19% increase. If we didn't have excess levy capacity or personal property growth, we wouldn't need an override to pass that levy. But we do have personal property growth. So we had 1.5 million in personal property growth this year. With the luxury of the non-residential value that we have and the substantial growth, that would have put us underneath our Proposition 2.5 levy limit for this year if we didn't have any excess levy capacity. Again, I'll state we had $3,669,985 in new growth that was added above the Proposition 2.5 limit. And so it plays out like this, as I said earlier. Our maximum allowable levy, $103 million. Our actual levy, 88.9, which gives us $14,516,304 in excess levy capacity. Here's a quick look at the history of our levy. Someone earlier tonight mentioned the spending. This is what your spending is. And you can see how that's increased over time. And here's your average single family. Okay, your average single family value has increased over time. You can see the shaded areas are a full revaluation. 2019, you can see the $764. And as I said, this year we're projecting $731 for an average single family tax bill of $11,059. Here's some of the other local communities in the area. I did look at our dashboard communities, but frankly, we're ahead of all of them. Many of them don't have their values set, so we could sort of pull those other than the ones that are here. And you can see our big increase this year compared to others, although we're still below Hopkinton and Southborough. Our top taxpayers to review this year, Amazon Services was number 1, Caruth is number 2, and you can see the residential apartment buildings up there. Residential apartments add a substantial amount to our tax dollars, to our values. If you shift the value, they pay a residential rate, just to be clear on that. I get asked that question a lot as well. People are confused. Those are not commercial properties. Those are residential properties. So what does all this mean? What does this talk of a shift mean? Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 56 allows to shift a portion of the tax burden from residential class to commercial, industrial, and personal property classes. The town of Westborough has always taxed property equitably with a single rate. If you were to shift under this example, 5%, you're essentially taking 5% of what the commercial, industrial, and personal property tax levy would be and shifting that amount from residential to commercial. So the commercial, industrial, and personal property portion of the levy would be increasing while the residential would be decreasing. That results in a lower residential tax rate and a higher commercial, industrial, and personal property tax rate. And you can see the ratio, it's essentially a 10 times multiplier. And here's a few examples using the average. Okay, so with the 5% shift, the average single family property would see a $236.43 savings, and it would cost your average commercial, industrial, personal property, commercial industrial property $2,394. At 10%, those numbers are $466.28 savings and $4,788 increase in the taxes for the commercial industrial property. And here's another visual of how that plays out all the way up to the 1.5%. Pros and cons. The pros. If you want to give tax relief, this is the way that you could do it. That's the pro. It's a method that the state law allows for tax relief for residential property taxpayers. Okay, the cons that we discussed, I think, a lot this year. Higher commercial taxes can inhibit growth. We talked about whether or not you could delineate that, whether or not you could enumerate it. The answer, in my mind, is it's almost impossible to directly tie it because it's not like flipping a switch. You don't know what you don't get. If some place is considering here versus another town, you don't know if they don't come here. If I were a business and I had a choice of going from one place to another and one had higher expenses, I know where I would choose. However, that's not to be said that Westborough doesn't have a lot of benefits. We are a great location. We are a great town. There's a lot of reasons for businesses to locate here other than just the taxes. Property expenses are passed on to the tenants either directly or indirectly. Okay? Remember, if we raise the taxes on a building, it's often the tenants who are paying for it. Higher commercial taxes can reduce actual commercial industrial property values because the value of a commercial industrial property is based upon the income that can be generated by that building. If all of a sudden its expenses are higher, it can actually have a downward effect on its property value. And then the last question is, it is the law, but is it fair and equitable? And I can't answer that for you. The residential exemption. The residential exemption is a valuation exemption. For primary residence, It is a reduction in the value that can be up to 35% of the average residential property. Not the average single-family property, but the average residential property. So they must be owner-occupied, and it must be their primary residence. It's estimated that 4,935 properties in town would qualify for this exemption. But the amount of levy that must be raised by the residential property owner stays the same. So that shift in value is a calculation that essentially reduces the total value amount to raise those same tax dollars. So it creates a higher residential rate. So in that way, it creates a natural break point. So because the residential rate is higher, anyone over a certain value, they're going to see an increase in taxes, even if they get the exemption. There are 16 of 351 communities in the Commonwealth that have this. They're listed there. As you can see, they are all either communities with large number of second homes, vacation homes, where they would not qualify for this, or communities with a large number of non-owner occupied properties as their primary residence. So this just breaks down the math a little bit. If the average residential value is $675,000, if we were to do a hypothetical 10%, that would reduce it by $67,564. You multiply that by the eligible properties, and that results in $333 million. If your total residential value, I know I'm going around and going to spin your heads right now with numbers, is $3.7 billion, you would subtract out that $333 million, and the remaining amount, the $3.3 billion, is now the amount that you would use to calculate the amount of taxes raised by the entire residential class. The $62,579,207 that was raised by the 70% of residential value stays the same, but now you're dividing it by a smaller number. So the result of that would be a tax rate of $18.50. So all properties over $752,000 would see an increase in their taxes. And here's how that plays out. With one rate, the average single-family property owner who qualified for this would save $159.76. A property owner with a $900,000 house, because you're now calculating that at $18.50, even after the exemption, they would see an increase of $244. In a lower-end single-family house, they would see a benefit of $502.94. The small commercial exemption. Small commercial exemption is for properties class 3 commercial. It does not include industrial properties. They must be valued under $1 million, and all tenants within those properties have to have less than 10 employees. The maximum reduction is 10% of value to be borne by the commercial industrial levy. Similar to the residential exemption, the amount of taxes raised by commercial industrial property stays the same, and it's a value shift within that. 14 of 351 communities have adopted the small commercial exemption, and there's a few examples of how that plays out there. One point to note about the small commercial exemption, typically it's a benefit for the real estate property owner, not necessarily a benefit for the business that resides within it. Many of the smaller properties are not like the Lowe's or Amazons that are triple net, where the tenant is paying all the expenses. Most of the smaller properties typically include some expenses, especially taxes, where the property owner is paying the tax bill and they would reap the benefit of that. So that brings us to our vote summary. Vote number 1, the selection of a minimum residential factor. A factor of 1 yields a single rate. The single rate for fiscal '23 would result in an estimated tax rate of $16.84. A vote of a residential exemption, as we've reviewed already, and a vote on a small commercial exemption. I'll open it to questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? First.
do you want to do board first, or do you want to do board first?
Board first, yep, and then we'll go to the public hearing.
Do you want questions or comments? Or,
Take questions first and then comments.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay.
Not for this presentation.
Okay.
I've got plenty of questions, but
Yeah.
not related to this presentation.
Okay. Okay. Comments?
all right. Thank you very much, John. Hopefully everybody's now an expert in tax classification, so I'm going to go through some of these numbers from a kind of a different perspective to share with you all. Christy, if you can bring up my presentation. It's the one I sent her earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, you should just change the projection to laptop 3.
Which one? Laptop?
Laptop 3.
You've got a future in IT.
Yeah. I think I know how to do that. I just watched that.
All right, I'd like to thank the town manager, finance department, town clerk, youth and family services, Westborough's food pantry, our Cherry and Johnson, and the many residents for their help in building out this deck. This is a complicated topic that can have a tremendous positive impact on our community. I will explain how the residential need to change the tax classification now outweighs the risk as a result of the incredible financial stresses that are being experienced within our residential community. Next slide, please. Today, there are many in our town who have taken the time to share with me that they are financially stressed. Retired teachers and veterans that are on fixed incomes that started 30 years ago, and low-income and single-parent families where decisions to buy new clothes or school supplies may be put off to pay their taxes. These people are struggling. This is evident in that we have a poverty population of nearly 1,000 people and a median household income that does not meet inflationary challenges. We have over 300 children who depend on the holiday store and 180 families registered at the food pantry. Next slide, please. Many have challenges with affording basic life-sustaining needs, such as food, which has gone up by 12% this year alone. Unstable heating costs, which will only continue to fluctuate until the Ukrainian war is resolved, and prescription medications, which exceed annual costs of living increases. Before we dig into the data, I'll share that it was reported to me by our senior center director and a member of the police department a week or so ago that there were 7 seniors and veterans that are homeless living in tents and cars throughout town. This is not acceptable in such a seemingly affluent community. As an individual that once lived at the poverty line, I ask that we, Westborough, better support these in financial stresses so that they don't have to be on the street. The data here represents only a few examples of life-sustaining costs our neighbors are struggling with. Next slide, please. The law of unintended consequences is that actions of people or governments always have effects that are unanticipated or unintended. While it's great that residential property values have increased, we should not ignore that our system of property taxation has had unintentional consequences by it not being auto-adaptive to such significant valuation and tax increases, contributing to many long-term, low-income residents being forced to make hard decisions. I have heard consistently over my many years in town about how these residents are being pushed out of town against their desire as a result of unintended consequences. The mechanism the state provides us is this hearing whereby us, as the board, can make annual changes to lessen the impact. The changes we can make are not a slippery slope, as the tax classification vote does not have to accommodate future spending, as the board has the authority to modify, rolling back, increasing, or flattening the exemptions and splits of past boards. Next slide. Commercial and industrial businesses have consistently paid less and less as a percentage of the tax burden over the past 30 years. This is a logical result of commercial and industrial properties not being in the same sales and improvement cycle as a single-family family owner-occupied residence. While this trend will eventually flatten out due to the availability of building property stock, ask what this split would look like over the next 30 years if on the same trajectory to the point the building stock is finally 100% consumed. The data in the middle highlights the incremental 10-year changes over the past 30 years. Next slide, please. I'm not here to talk about our spending, but rather how we as a community pay for the services we've already voted for. This slide sheds light on the tax cost increases for the past 13 years, which in many's opinion is on an unsustainable trajectory for a large portion of Westborough. So how do we as a community equitably pay for all the great services we have voted for? Next slide, please. Well, here are a few more facts to point out to help us out. Of the 351 communities across the Commonwealth, 108 split the ratio between commercial, industrial, and residential, including 5 of our data dashboard communities. Hudson, Lexington, Reading, Sudbury, and Westwood have all upheld this split recently over the last few years. More on these towns in a moment. Now, there are 2 primary opposition points to splitting the rates folks have pointed out. The first opposition point is that it will drive away businesses, as Westborough's single tax rate is one of the town's greatest assets for attracting commercial development. However, I would argue 3 much greater points. Westborough is in a significantly unique geographical position in the center of our state, located at several major regional economic crossroads, and residential tax reduction would provide more usable income to spread at local businesses. And in my opinion, our greatest asset, the tremendous vibrant community we have built over the decades at a greater and a greater expense to the residents. Our public services are and will continue to be the envy of the region. The second opposing point is that it would adversely impact the commercial residential locations. Sorry, hold on one second. But the second opposition point is that it would adversely impact commercial and residential locations, meaning that large rental properties and their residents would be negatively impacted. This, to me, is a far more important danger. However, I am more concerned with veterans, shut-ins, and other fixed-income residents who generally don't live in these locations but have bore the burden of building our community for decades. We need to recognize and support them more effectively in these challenging times. I am focused on this much larger portion of our community which would benefit from a commercial, industrial, and residential ratio split. There are also 16 communities that have residential exemptions, and it has been said that the majority are in vacation communities and that the exemption is as a result of extreme housing valuations between year-round residents and vacation homes. I see the logic in this, and I believe the same dynamic of extremes now exists in Westborough's residential valuations, and that is why a residential exemption is also appropriate. While there are 14 communities that offer small business exemptions, I don't see this as a meaningful strategy to alleviate financial stresses on those most vulnerable in our town. However, I will point out that there are targeted programs through the EDC that are helping businesses who have expressed a need. Next slide, please. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Let's magnify in on our dashboard communities with the U.S. Census 2020 data and see how we compare with those that have continued a residential split year over year. Westborough has a higher percentage in poverty per capita than any of the others, with the exception of Hudson. We are the median for under 65 data, and we are below average for median household income and median per capita income. This tells me that we have a financial need, and a commercial industrial residential split is used by other similar communities to alleviate it. Next slide, please. Here are some of the facts and alternatives to frame our choices and see what the appetite is across the board. Alternative 1, we do nothing. Apologies. We do nothing. It is status quo, and a significant portion of our town will continue to struggle, and many may have to make the hard decisions as to if they can even afford to move out of town that they've lived in, raised families, and contributed to over time. I ask, is that fair and equitable? Alternative 2. This alternative would benefit 100% of all owner-occupied single-family residents by splitting the tax rate more equitably, sharing the burden with commercial and industrial businesses. Why should commercial and industrial businesses bear a more equitable burden? Well, you have to answer another question first. What would the impact of commercial and industrial residential split mean to our businesses? Those opposed to the split typically describe the problem using the most expensive commercial and industrial properties in town. However, I would say a more honest apples-to-apples conversation is using the average commercial and industrial value, just like we do when we talk about average residential impact. So there would be a $2,399 increase for businesses on an average commercial and industrial property worth nearly $3 million. That would alleviate $236.43 for the average residents, which could mean someone can afford their heating bill in the middle of the winter or not have to split life-saving medications. So my answer to what would the impact be to commercial, industrial, residential split mean to our businesses financially is far less than not splitting for those in our community that are financially strapped. Businesses by their nature can adapt to swings and economic changes much quicker than, let's say, a veteran retiree. My answer to the first question, why should commercial and industrial bear more burden? To ensure there is continued equitability in the community that supports their businesses. The residential dollars saved will in many cases provide more pocket money for residents to spend at local businesses, as an example. Alternative 3, a 10% residential exemption. This exemption would benefit 76% of the owner-occupied single-family residential properties and be a broad stroke in ensuring residential tax equitability, as a dollar is worth less and less in today's world. If this option were chosen, homes above the $752,922 break-even point would see an average increase of $232 to their annual tax bill, whereas average and lower valued homes would see a reduction of $122 and $479 respectively. Alternatives 4A and 4B. These are combination solutions to the problem which turn the dials in ways that eliminate the pure impact of residential exemption by a commercial, industrial, residential split offset. If option 4A were adopted, commercial and industrial would still see the $2,400 increase, which would offset much of the impact of the residential exemption to the higher valued residences. If option 4B were adopted, commercial and industrial would still see the $2,400 increase, which would offset the impact of the residential exemption across all residences. These are just a few state-provided options of how we can turn the dials of taxation relief. Some fundamental truths before I close. Many are suffering financially in our town. The value of a dollar is not the same for every resident. Large businesses can adapt to economic conditions much more quickly than individual or fixed incomes, of which there are many. And the state provides annual tax classification for this exact reason. And each year the board can reset the tax classification. There is no requirement to expand year over year due to town meeting appropriations. Without tax reclassification, many feel a number of people could end up losing their homes. I look forward to the board showing how we are a town that supports all our residents, including the financially disadvantaged. Regardless of how we vote today, and while we did great work this year with the help of our finance department and town manager to understand the depths of tax classification, I ask that in this upcoming year we jointly work with the Advisory Finance Committee and town manager to better understand the human impacts of our community, and if there are further opportunities as a board we may consider. I look forward to the discussion as I look to understand my fellow board members' threshold for change so that I may make the proper motion, or perhaps more time is needed for your consideration. I believe that we can reconvene in the next week if we need that additional time. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I'll look to the board whether there's comments now. Do you want to hear from the public as it is a public hearing? Or if you have questions for, I think, Patrick or Jonathan?
Yeah, I would just like to say, Patrick, thank you for all your hard work on this. I don't know necessarily whether or not it swayed my vote, but I appreciate the effort and, you put behind this to represent these folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments, or do you want me to open to the public?
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing the public's comments before I comment. That's okay.
Okay. Are there folks, as is a public hearing, are there folks?
Would you mind putting that up again so I can point to this chart?
Sure. Just give us a second.
Angelo Cavalieri, 16 Samuel Harrington.
The one that was just up.
The one that was just there, yes, please go ahead. Well, while that's happening, I mean, when I used to live in Connecticut more than 28 years ago, we did have this split rate pretty much all over the whole state. And, it wasn't really a terrible thing. I don't remember what the actual ratio was or anything, but that wasn't like, it didn't seem to have any real detrimental effects against anything. But again, the whole state was doing it, and it might have been the same percentage. I'm not sure, but so I mean, I could see, option 2, where we pick it up a few, like 5%, and just do some things there to help the residents. Now, if we look at some of these residential exemptions, I got to tell you, it doesn't sit well with me. And Patrick, with all due respect, a lot of the cost of living that you were attributing to and all these increases, I mean, you were like putting it like on the war in the Ukraine. So, for example, would that mean if we do 4B, we only do it until the war is over, and then gas prices go down, the supermarket prices will go down, all of that will return, and then we just go back to basically option 2?
Sure, that would be a vote for a future board, and that's the reason why the tax classification hearing happens every year, to allow this board to weigh those types of factors in their decisions. So absolutely.
Right. So yes, in other words, so when the war ends and the cost of living goes back down to normal and gas is $1.80 and all that good stuff, we could do option 2.
In theory, all of these things are on the board every year for the board to review.
Okay, well, as long as I understand that. I mean, again, because, I'm still wondering if the cost of living that we're experiencing is an anomaly attributable to the Ukraine war, but that's not a discussion for this Board of Selectmen. But anyway, it was, one of the factors that you used in your analysis, and the only reason I'm bringing it up here is because you chose to. But again, from my perspective, I could see option 2. Again, the ones with residential exemptions, that could come to bite some people I know, and so I'm less, supportive of any of those, unless, of course, you're just tied to the duration of the Ukraine war, in which case then I'll feel better about it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Comments? Yes.
I'll say a minute. Paula Les. As a business owner, and when my husband and I were looking to purchase a building, we looked at Westborough, and we looked at Westborough really hard because we live here and it would be easy to go to work in the same town. It was not feasible then, nor is it feasible now. We're a manufacturing company, and we chose to purchase a building in Shrewsbury with a lower tax rate that has a 1 tax rate for the whole town. And if you take the residential, you're saying on option number 2 that the residential rate you would save, they would save $236. That's $4.53 a week that they would save. A Starbucks coffee costs twice that. So even if you go over to option 4 and the lower value residents, and you're talking about a $629 savings, that's $12 a week savings. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to split a tax rate, because as new businesses come in, where Astra Pharmaceutical left, and it left a big hole in the tax revenue that was coming into this town. Amazon came in, and Amazon had been courted by Boston for a long time to go there, but Boston wouldn't give them the rate that they wanted, so they pulled out. And there is nothing stopping. Amazon is already talking about laying off 10,000 people by the end of this year. What do you think that's going to do to the buildings that they've already done? Bezos can afford to close one of those buildings or sell it. So when you're going to penalize, and it is a penalty as a business owner and a taxpayer in 2 different towns, it is a penalty for people who own a business and employ people and pay taxes and all the benefits that go with it. Yes, the tax rate, I think you can have a tax rate, a residential tax rate, or 1 tax rate by being more careful on how the spending is going on. I do not agree in a split tax rate. I think that you're going to drive businesses out of this town. Thank you.
If I may, Ian, respond.
I don't know if there's a question to you, but Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to use that same math again, to talk about the commercial and industrial of $2,400, if we split that out on a weekly basis for those average businesses, it's less than $50. It's $46 a week of increased taxes for those taxpayers. So, the same argument goes either way, is my point.
Next.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I have information that I'd like to give you, perhaps. My wife and I have lived in Westborough since 2012, and we moved to Westborough in order to care for our grandchildren. That was our purpose. We're both retired. In looking at the initial estimated increase in anticipated on the anticipated tax bill, initially it was $1,109 or $1,107. I was happy to hear tonight that that's now looking like $731 average increase, but it's still an exorbitant increase. So we know that the residential property values are outpacing the residential and commercial values, and that's causing an issue that was explained here. Also, we have the Preservation Act that was added, a small amount, but that will be added to the property tax bills as well. So what I did is I looked at this issue from the standpoint of, and I gave you my presentation, I think. Did I give? Somebody had comment. I had written all over the top here. Nobody got it?
Anybody have one with comments on it?
Anyway. Nobody got it. That's all right. Oh, I gave you, no, that's it, yeah. Just to make a comment, I looked at the Department of Revenue, I looked at two categories of towns. I looked at the first graph, I looked at the comparison communities that the town and the school department look at and compare. And as you can see, there were a number of towns, seven of the 14 towns have a split rate. So that's something for you, I would ask you to consider, that other towns, comparison towns, are dealing with a split tax rate. The next spreadsheet, what I did was look at communities that have similar localities. That is, they're next to a major roadway, and they have considerable industrial commercial property. These are communities that I'm somewhat familiar with, and listed those, not knowing what their tax rates were. And as you can see, the vast majority of them in the same situation that Westborough was in, that is next to prime roadways and a considerable amount of commercial and industrial property. The vast majority of them have a dual tax rate for between residential and commercial. So I ask you to consider those two factors when you're looking at setting the tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes.
Hello, my name is Bob McGuire. I actually live locally in Hopkinton. Am I still allowed to make a comment?
Are you a business owner in town, or?
No, 25 years of real estate experience, commercial real estate experience in Metro West.
I can vouch for him, he's a good guy.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I've also sat on the Economic Development Committee in Hopkinton for several years, and we've discussed this topic many times, and each time in Hopkinton, we've decided that it was best to stay with the single tax rate.
As I mentioned, I've been working in this field for 25 years in Metro West, and I really believe that the single tax rate is an advantage to Westborough. The vacancy here is about 5 points lower than Marlborough that does have a dual rate. And at the end of the day, even though I know the landowners and the building owners are the ones writing the checks to town, it has a direct impact on tenants. And if you went to a dual rate, it would go right to the tenant's top line, and they'd be writing more checks to the landlords, who would then send it to the town. So it's an advantage you have, and I just suggest that you try to keep it if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, way in the back there.
Hi, I'm Sandy Kearney. I'm at 26 Charles Street in Westborough, and I'm also one of the community leaders and work in the civic area. And I'm very much against the dual tax rate, because we rely on our communities and our businesses to fund some of the services that we do. I know our Rotary Club, we talk about the winter lights. We go to the small businesses for funding for those kinds of things, and those are big community events. The holiday store is something we also rely on our businesses for. So when we're talking about increasing $2,400, that could really go against what they will give back to the community if their rates are higher. So I just would like you to take that into consideration. Our businesses provide a lot of the community funding that we do to serve our community and to serve those that are underserved. So that's just my own comment here. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Steve? Karen, I saw your hand up in the back there. So.
Hi, Steve Udalary, 9 Thomas Newton Drive. I believe we should not have a higher tax rate for business than for residences, but we should have the same tax rate for both. This goes against my own best interest, but is a more fair arrangement. 70% of the town's budget is spent on school budget and benefits like health insurance for teachers and school administrators. Businesses therefore pay an extraordinary amount in property taxes that go toward a service they do not use. And the other town services they use that may be more than the average residence uses does not make up for how much extra businesses pay that is used for the school system. Businesses then already pay a disproportionate amount for the services they receive, and having them pay a higher rate than residences would be even more unfair to them. The word equitable was used a number of times. I don't find that having a split tax rate to be equitable. What I base my opinion of something being equitable is on what services are received for what you pay. And I think businesses already pay more than they receive in services from the town. So I would advocate for keeping the tax rate the same for businesses and residences. As far as the residential and industrial exemptions, that's just relieving some residents and businesses of their financial obligations and places those financial obligations on others. One of the things Alex de Tocqueville admired about America was that people didn't rely on the government. They relied on themselves. Then if they needed help, they relied on their families, friends, neighbors, the community, not the government part of the community, but just the community around themselves, their neighbors. And in essence, that means private means. People give because it's the right thing to do, and help people because it's the right thing to do. He admired the fact that people were independent from government, and that government wasn't the arbiter of everything, which if you head in that direction, we'll grow government, and government has more influence on people's lives, for better or for worse, but it's a slippery slope when you go in that direction. And, you know, this is just forced charity through government, I believe. So I don't advocate for the rest of this stuff either, the residential industrial exemptions. And another solution to keep people's expenses low is to stop spending so much as a town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen?
Good evening. My name's Karen Chapman. I'm the president and CEO of the Quarter 9495 Regional Chamber of Commerce, which serves the town of Westborough along with 4 other towns. And that would be Grafton, Northborough, Southborough, and Shrewsbury. Each of those towns currently maintain a single tax rate. In fact, I've been on the single tax rate tour for the last week. But that being said, we, as a Chamber of Commerce, as the voice of business, strongly advocate for the continuation of single tax classification. Most of the reasons that you've already heard from the proponents of single tax rate, and one of the things that I actually wanted to talk a little bit about too is what the business community, and especially your small business community, does on behalf of your town. We all know that we've been having some struggles, both residentials, but definitely businesses, to navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. Dealing with inflation, workforce challenges, and supply chain difficulties. And the last thing business needs is another increase in expenses. Some of the educational forums that you've held to talk about what tax classification means for this town included one representative running the Westborough Rehab Hospital. And she talked about the shortage of nurses and the shortage of workers and what premium costs that they will have to pay to be able to find the people to run that business and support any of the residents that were going to be going to that rehab hospital. It truly means that a difference in any additional cost will put a hindrance on their business. Under your current tax rate, we've heard it more time than not, Westborough has prospered through the development and growth of business, which has led to new jobs and tax revenue to this town. And your local business community has played a key role to that, contributing to the quality of life in Westborough. A vast number of companies contribute greatly with scholarships for your students and grants to your schools, donations to your food pantry, and sponsors of your athletic and community events. Yet, if a business is struggling to exist, they can't afford to give generously, and if they're out of business or have moved out of town, they will not be here to give anything at all. My original letter submitted in your packet includes the names of Westborough businesses who added their name to the Chamber's letter of support of single tax rate. Listed are small business owners of your local restaurants, specialty retail stores, and companies offering professional services, along with a variety of other diverse businesses. They believe that voting for single tax rate is one of the most effective ways to show business that Westborough is truly invested in the success of its commercial base and its town. We firmly believe by maintaining a single tax rate, Westborough will continue to attract and retain businesses in your community and promote business development in your region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Todd?
Good evening. I'm Todd Alexander, Forfeit Mountain Drive. I'm also the chairman of the Economic Development Committee here in Westborough and a member of the Economic Development Committee for, started off as an ambassador probably about 10 years now. So I've been with the Economic Development Committee for probably about 10 years now. We actually, this is a topic that is near and dear to our hearts. It's something that we spend a lot of time talking about. We also submitted a letter. Hopefully you have it in your packets. We are just echoing, what Bob had said and what the chamber, Quarter 9 chambers stated to you already. We are in full we voted unanimously that we feel that a single rate tax rate is beneficial to the town. It helps us to compete with other towns, and if you'd like me to read that letter, I'm happy to do it, but hopefully you have it, and just wanted to come up and make sure you understand how important a topic this is to us in the Economic Development Committee.
Great, thanks, and we do have it in our packet, so.
Great, thank you.
Mike, then Mark.
Mike Matthew, 20 Andrews Road, Westborough. I've been here since 1954. I think I get you all beat.
I'm closing in.
As a business owner in town, you can imagine my thought. I'm not in favor of a dual tax rate at all. I see that we have a spending problem, not an income problem. And Patrick, you did do a good job, but I was wondering, why did you compare Westborough to Sudbury, Lexington, and Westwood, which are much higher capita incomes than those towns? Hudson, I agree, is more, but I would have chosen towns like Hopkinton, Southborough, Northborough, Grafton, right around Shrewsbury, right around here. But I'm curious.
Sure. The reason why is those are part of our dashboard communities, and those particular communities all adopted it and have maintained over the years a split rate, commercial industrial rate. There are, I think, 14 or 15 communities? 14
14
communities.
you said, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So in my estimation, businesses are just, and landlords that own property are just going to pass along their expenses, increased expenses to the public. So I don't see how it's a help. And I would be interested in John Steinberg's opinion. I don't know if John's opinion is important to you, but he did a great job putting some statistics together. So I'd be interested in hearing if he's in favor of it or not. And then the war in Ukraine is not the only reason. We were energy independent up until a couple of years ago. So let's not fool ourselves.
John, a question was there, but it's an opinion you don't have to answer if you, is your back okay?
Thank you, Mike. I think, as I've stated before, relative to my personal opinion, I have one, but this is a policy decision for the Board of Selectmen. It's not something that myself, as the Chief Assessor and as the Chair of the Board of Assessors, we as a Board of Assessors do not make a recommendation, unlike many communities, because we believe strongly that this decision lies in the five of your hands, not us. So, sorry.
Thanks. It's Mark? Yeah. Lucky us.
Hello, my name is Mark Verreau. I work for Caruth Capital, 116 Flanders Road, Westborough. I've worked in Westborough in commercial property, residential, and apartments for 36 years now. This Friday will be 30 years that I worked for Caruth Capital. I know the competition. Hopkinton, Holliston, Southborough, Northborough, they have a lower commercial tax rate, a single tax rate, a lower rate than Westborough does. They're our competition. Where are the other two communities that we compete with? Marlborough and Framingham. One thing I mentioned earlier is that in my 36 years of working in Westborough, we went for a tax break once. That was Olympus. And I can tell you that Framingham and Marlborough, they give tax breaks all the time, all the big players. When you look at these average rates, you think about the small business or the average, they're not the people that go for the tax break. They're not the ones that can just move next door and save hundreds of thousands of dollars, not $2,500. The $2,500 is the local guy here, right out your window. They're the ones that are going to pay $2,500 more. The big companies, they're going to go 3 miles next door. They're not here for the schools. And you know what? Marlborough has pretty good access. So does Southborough. And the towns that do have these split rates, it's the little guys that pay the split rate. The big guys, BJ's, they just went to Marlborough, great tax break. I worked on the Amazon deal. Amazon did 2 deals here in Westborough. We sold them 4,400 computer drive. You didn't see Amazon here looking for a tax break, but I'll tell you, with Olympus and Amazon, Marlboro was very interested in giving them a break, and they really hand them out. I just wanted to bring 4 points and then a solution, or at least help for Westborough. It's not going to raise the amount of money you think. John Steinberg said it may decrease the value of the properties. It will decrease the value of the properties. Commercial properties are strictly based on income. And there are 2 things that are going to, just the tax rate alone reduces the income, and having a higher vacancy rate, because now you're competing with other people, and particularly, warehouses, industrial, that's not that important to them where they are. They just want to be able to get to the highway fairly quickly. And you're going to have fewer tenants in town. I mean, I don't know if Toro's is still there, but some of these restaurants, they closed at lunch because there are fewer people here. And there's still many fewer people here because, you have the work from home. You look at what's going to be happening in the office community. Industrial's doing fairly well right now. Office is in terrible shape. People are working from home, and they just can go anywhere. I can give you examples right now. Bank of New York Mellon, they were our tenant at 4,400 Computer Drive, 305,000 feet. We were lucky to keep them here. They're going to 118 Flanders Road. They're going to occupy 70,000 feet, from 305 down to 70. And you didn't see us in here looking for a TIF or tax incremental a tax break. United Site Services downsizing from 70,000 feet to 15,000 feet or 20,000 feet. And I can go on and on with those examples. You look at, you can go in the Westborough Office Park and look at our buildings. And many of them are fairly, I think we have about a 25 or 30% vacancy rate there. But if you go look at the parking lot, you would think that we had about a 90% vacancy rate. And when those leases roll over, I'll tell you, they're not going to keep them the same amount of space they have. So we said the values are going to decrease. And it's really not needed. Why is it needed? I've been here 36 years. There are very few people that have been asking for tax breaks here. But that's going to change if you go with a dual tax rate, because it's worth fighting over. If people think they're being treated fairly, they're happy with that. Our tenants, all these years, have been happy. And the big companies are the ones that are going to apply, and they're going to be in here. And if you look at cities, their form of government, like Framingham and Marlborough, they don't have to have the town vote on tax or incremental financing. I was here when it was with Olympus, and we had a public meeting, and many townspeople were here, and we won by a great majority. But that took a lot of work, and it was a lot of unknowns. Commercial properties, tenants don't like the unknown. They want to be able to come to town and know what they're going to say. And also, it's going to be the small businesses that have the lion's share, because the big guys, or the people that are already here, are the ones that are really going to pay. Because, are they going to go for tax or incremental financing to save, $2,500 a year? No. But what if it's $250,000 a year, and they're doing a 20-year lease, as Amazon, as Olympus did, or if they're buying the property for much longer, Amazon, they're going to go through that. And now, the solution. I mentioned before, make it easier to have a commercial development here in town. We're the golden goose. To kill the golden goose or to eat your seed corn is crazy. Times are going to be tough for office right now. And the way to do that, one of the ways, is by right permitting. I'll give you an example. It's so much more profitable to develop residential in Westborough than it is commercial. And the reason why is, let's say, we had it a long time ago, we had a residential subdivision, and let's say if you have a subdivision with 60 houses, you go through the permitting, you do your traffic studies, you have the town meetings, it's done. Every time you build a house, you just go to the building inspector, you give them the plans, if it all meets code, you can just go build a house. Well, take Westborough Office Park, and let's say we have 10 commercial properties, we did the traffic studies, the roads were built, everything is done, like residential, but now every time we have a tenant come in, someone looking to buy the property, we have to start the whole process over again, as though it never existed. Traffic studies again, whatever. If we could just come in, and if we stay within the box, this many parking spots, this is going to be the traffic. Why do we need to go through this whole process when, other towns, you just go in there, especially if you have a mayoral type, where you can just go in and talk to a deal maker. And I see that as the way to go, because when I first came to Westborough, the commercial taxes were 50% of the total budget. And now they've just dropped below 30%. Why is that? Why is it so, well, one is I can tell you that you have no control over, it's just commercial properties that haven't kept up with residential properties. But the other reason is you're not developing your commercial properties. In fact, I can take Westborough Office Park, the 2 lots that we could have built there, totaling around 300,000 feet, it's gone. They changed the setbacks and, open space and things like that. And we took one of those lots and put a parking lot on. That's a building that could have been here. And those are the things that, well, maybe taxing people when times are getting tough is not the idea. Maybe growth is. And when you look at the growth, that's how you can solve, at least part of your project. And as far as, hey, we'll reevaluate it, next year we can do the dual tax rate now, and we'll look at it in a year or two. When were the bonds paid off for I-90, right? 20, 30 years ago? The tolls never went away. The promise was, once the bonds are paid off, the tolls are going to go away. They've only gone up. And I know one thing with Framingham, it's just a token measure, but Framingham is moving the other way. They're reducing their shift. And they even talked about making it a single tax rate. It'll never happen, because it's just not gonna happen. The big guys pay the taxes, they're the ones that are gonna move. And thank you very much if you have any questions, but it's a false economy. I looked everywhere for it, but I remember a Dilbert cartoon a long time ago that the pointy-haired boss said, if we cut expenses, fire everyone and cut expenses, we can make money doing nothing. And it doesn't work that way. It's like the $200 minimum wage, and everybody will be wealthy and have a great time. It's not practical. Natural gas. I hope this town doesn't, make it hard for businesses to bring in natural gas, because it's going to make it hard for businesses to come here. Things like that are, you don't really think about it when you do it, but it has repercussions later on. Well, thank you very much. If you have any questions, I can answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, Susan Reynolds, 50 Upton Road. I just have a question regarding the exemption and just the residential, if there's 2 different rates for residential. I'm not in favor of that. I think it should all stay the same. I understand that there are hardships, and I'm not recalling what the vote was, but didn't we at town meeting talk about an exemption process, and did that get turned down? Okay, so there
in
are
process.
ways.
It is in process with the state legislature.
Okay,
We
so there.
passed it at town meeting.
All right, so there are ways that lower-income people that have been in town for a lot of
Just
years.
seniors,
Seniors.
yes,
Seniors.
And veterans.
and veterans.
And veterans, okay. So there is some light there, and yes, for seniors. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else from the public with comments? Steve?
Steve Budaleri, 9 Thomas Newton Drive. Just a couple of quick things that came to mind. One is, as EMC Dell sells off and reduces its presence in Hopkinton, which I think is going to continue, then Hopkinton will be a competitor for businesses as well. And the other thing I wanted to, since We talked about the excess levy limit being $14 million. I wanted to confirm with Mr. Steinberg. I think one of the reasons that it's so high is that while we add for new business every year, there's no such thing as reducing the levy limit because of business contraction. So when we go through a down cycle in the economy like we had in 2008, 2009, the levy limit stayed high even though businesses folded up and went away. Is that true?
It did stay high, yes.
Okay, so there is no contraction.
Not naturally, there's a method, but not on its own.
Can we push that method? No?
It's an underride, right?
Can I get my observatory up on the hill on Ruggles Street too?
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments, questions, discussion. Shelley?
I have a question for John. John, at one of your prior presentations, you talked about the impact, so communities that have implemented a shift, the challenges or what they need when they try to reverse that shift. And I was looking for it as we were talking, and I just don't have it handy, but you eloquently explained kind of what that impact is then to really catch up.
Sure. So the answer is it's somewhat like an operational deficit in a budget, is you double up. So essentially, if you have an tax, if the simple spending per year is going to go up by $300 and you want to roll back your shift, any rollback of the shift goes on top of whatever that increase is already for that year. So it's just an incremental amount, which is why even Marlborough, who the mayor for a while was really working hard to get them closer together and bring that shift down, has been forced to go the other way because it's very difficult without an additional hit on the average single family. So that's why you see towns continue to shift more often than rolling back a shift. Because in order to really roll back a shift, you either have to reduce and control spending in a year or have some debt come off. You know, you need something else to go along with it to offset some of that rollback. You know, there are communities like Lexington, for example, that shift at 1.75. So 1.5 is your first year, is your max. And after that, you can actually go up to 1.75 with certain criteria. So Lexington is at 1.75. So every dollar that they spend that's increasing in spending goes right to the taxes. They have no place else to shift anymore. That's it. And so you see towns get up against that. And so when they have situations like we would have had if we had no excess levy capacity and personal property growth, the only option you have there is to cut. Whether it be cut, you know, and we all know most of the budget is staff, whether it be the schools or anywhere else, it's where it goes. So, you know, you get into that situation. But the short answer, I guess, is I'm not good at short answers.
No.
But
So
operational deficit. It's just like that. You build up on top of one another, whatever that spending is for that year.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to jump in just a few comments if I can. So I think, as Patrick said before, Patrick had asked me, and we met and went through and helped him put together his document, although I'd say that the finance team and others did much more work and better work than I did. But first off, Patrick, thank you for putting it out there. For me, though, there's a few things that hit, and I don't want to repeat what a lot of has already been said here, but it really comes back to me to this question of is it fair and is it equitable? One of the things I think about is, you know, we can make the decision here. Our residents have the chance at town meeting to vote for our expenditures. Our business owners don't have a vote. So to me, it's, you hear, I go back to my history days and my Westborough High School teachers, but to me, that sounds like taxation without representation. Well, we're their representation here tonight, and for us to make a decision for them to pay for spending that our residents chose, including, as someone mentioned, we just voted a CPA, which is raising taxes, not just on the residents, but on businesses as well. So we're incurring that on them for, once again, things that probably don't directly benefit them. Something was brought up by one of the speakers, and it's something that I think people have heard me say is, yes, while we're at an all-time high and 70%, is the residential value, or 70% with a single tax rate being paid by residents, roughly 70% of our budget is for our schools. The businesses aren't putting kids in schools. Now, maybe their employees are, maybe a business owner is because they're living in town, but they themselves aren't putting in schools, but they are paying for that. But if you just cut that out and say, okay, if we could do this simple math and say, okay, the residents are just going to pay for the schools. Well, they're doing that at 70% valuation, and what that means is that we have payment from our businesses to pay for a lot of the other things that we all enjoy here. So I think that, deciding to split a rate between businesses and individuals, to me, again, goes back to fair and equitable. I think the question came up, or the comment was made, and it's true that this is a vote that we take every year. But I think with the last question that Board Member Marshall asked to our Chief Assessor, I think that the reality here is it's really difficult to go back. So just take, for example, this year. We vote with what Board Member Welch put out there and do a 1.05 split, and the average resident saves $200. When you looked at our charts, our average increase, now this year is greater at 700, a majority of that coming from valuation increase, not spending, but take that piece off, say valuation stable, go down, the average single-family tax bill goes up $300. Well, next year, we gave them $200 break this year, but that average single-family house is now paying what they're going to pay this year. So we delayed it 1 year. Is that going to be acceptable to them? Are they going to say, hey, I want that $200 tax break? Well, we can do that. We go to 1.10 next year. And then they want it again the following year, we go to 1.15. And then you get to a point where all of a sudden we have a split that is difficult to come back from. So, and fully transparent, and Patrick, as you know, this is a conversation that Patrick and I had. It's easy to say, and it's you can't tie another board to that, and this board will change over time, but I think it makes it really difficult on a board to go back, because it's that unintended consequence that year, whenever you pull something back, you're in essence going back to the residents and saying, okay, not only are you paying this year's taxes, but you're going to pay the past year's tax as well, because now you're doubling in that 1 year, and that's really painful. So to me, the reality is you make this call, you're not going back. My final piece, just real quick, is, so that's on the split tax rate. As I think you can see, I am very much a proponent for maintaining the single tax rate. I do think it is something that has been valued for this town. It's helped this town be successful, so I'm supportive of that. On the residential exemption, I'm more passionate about this one. I mean, this one is pitting each of us against each other. You're going to have people, it could be your next door neighbor, and hey, you're saving, but you're paying for me, but we live next door to each other. I just, again, thinking about unintended consequences, I mean, I just think that's a concern, and I hear that we want to care for the people in town. I think that's something this town does really well. The businesses do it. I think our residents do it. We take care of each other. The food drives that we have, and I heard some comments about that. We were in there dropping off stuff from the turkey trot this past weekend. It's a lot of families going in there, but there's a lot of support for that, and anytime they ask, this community gives, and that community is us as residents, but it's our businesses as well. So I've probably spoken too much, but for me, my vote tonight will be for maintaining a single tax rate and not adopting a residential exemption, not adopting a small business exemption. Thank you. Alan?
Okay, so I'm going to start with discussing the residential exemption. And I understand the intent of it. It's also clear why, you know, in communities where there are a high number of vacation properties that aren't primary residents, it's popular because you basically say our year-round residents can take advantage of this, but the interlopers, the vacationers, the outside, the people we don't want to come visit but we like their tourist dollars will have to pay. My challenge with the residential exemption is that the demographics of our housing stock make it very unlikely that it's going to benefit the communities we want to help. So I'm going to dive into a couple numbers here very quickly. When we look at our housing stock, Westborough is actually fairly atypical to our dashboard communities in that right now about 39% of our housing stock are rental units. And about 61% are owned, condos, single-family homes, townhomes, things of that nature. There's a standardized definition of burden, which is when the cost of living in your home exceeds 30% of your adjusted gross income. For owners in Westborough, using most recently available census data, that's 19.1%. So almost 1 in 5 homeowners or condo owners in Westborough are burdened, meaning more than 30% of their income is going to the cost of housing. For renters in Westborough, that's 48.3%. So you think that's where the bigger need is for helping people save money. The challenge, however, is that when you look at that $725, roughly $1,000 split on who gets the benefit of the exemption and who doesn't, 68% of our rental units are in buildings with 10 or more units. Certainly, those 10-unit buildings are going to have values above the $725,000. And if you think that most of the 5-unit buildings.
So one thing, Alan, commercial residential properties are not part of the residential exemption equation.
These are residential apartment
They're
buildings. They're
apartments.
taxed
They're all
residentially.
residential.
But they don't fall into commercial residential tax equation.
No, they do. They're residential. They'll pay.
So Arrive, Westborough Village?
Is not part
It's
of the
considered
residential
They
residential.
exemption.
can't take the exemption.
They cannot take the exemption.
Right, so
Exactly.
they're.
That's fine. That's, I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
That's my whole point, is
Okay.
that in fact, I would argue that most of the apartment buildings in Westborough with 5 units or more are likely to have a value above $725,000. I'm getting a maybe, looking at the assessor, you're saying probably, yeah. That means 79% of rental units would not qualify for the exemption, meaning the taxes on those buildings would be on the, it's going upside of the process. Landlords, directly or indirectly, pass through the cost of owning and operating their buildings to their residential tenants. My fear with the residential exemption is that the majority of tenants in apartment buildings, in our apartments, which is a fairly high percentage of our population, would see rent increases. In addition to other costs going up, utilities if they're included, normal, the additional property tax increase would add an additional burden. So I'm concerned, I'm against the residential exemption because I see, effectively for about 38 to 40% of our population will be adding to rent increases as a result of those property taxes on those buildings going up. And that's a pretty, it's a pretty large hit in my view. And a lot of those people, and I've had conversations with the director of our senior center and members of the Council on Aging who are already dealing, and we heard about it, you mentioned, that there are a number of senior citizens who are already facing rent increases that are beyond their means, and are looking to, feeling forced out of market rate rental units in town and are looking for affordable options. This is something that was discussed at the last Affordable Housing Trust meeting briefly as well. And so for that reason, I'm against the residential exemption. I think the law of unintended consequences is we're going to hurt more people than we help with it. And the other aspect of it that troubles me is because it's based on property value and not on need. There are a lot of people who would qualify for the exemption who, on a need basis, you'd say, gee, they don't look like they need it, or they may not need it. And you can also very well have people who've simply been in town long enough that their property value goes above that threshold, where they have the wealth but not the income, and they're going to get hit with the higher tax. So to me, it's not an equitable solution, and I think it can do more harm than good. With respect to the single tax rate, and I walked into this meeting, and I'm not sure I know which way I'm going to vote yet, not knowing, a couple of things come to mind. One, again, it's sort of the law of unintended consequences, and part of it is perception reality. From the sessions we had, and I want to thank the town staff who, for 3 of our meetings over in the summer, when everyone likes to take a break, they were hard at work doing presentations to the board and to the public about tax classification and the ifs, ands, buts, herefores, and whys. They answered dozens of questions from this board. We had a public forum where people were invited to come ask questions and get information as well. And one of the things we heard is that it's true. There's so many factors involved in where commercial properties locate. And it does differ, those factors differ based on the size of the owner or the tenant, that there is no direct correlation between economic development and impact and whether you have a single or a split tax rate. My concern is that it's perception as well. And the example I give, because I hear often from people who say, well, we can afford to do it because we've got this great geography. We've got a great location. Westborough hasn't moved in a couple hundred years. In 2010, Westborough altered the zoning in our commercial industrial areas to reduce buildable space from 60% to 40% and took by right from 6 stories down to 4 stories. 2010 is when the most recent big decline in the percentage of the levy to commercial real estate. From 2010 to 2019, when we reversed that decision first in the 495 general area and more recently along Otis Street this past year, there was not a single, what I will call a shovel project, right? Businesses moved in and out, but we did not see much net new development in those areas. You didn't hear about the projects. When we reversed it, and again, our geography is great. We're a great place to live, right? Now, the reality is, even when we reversed it, the buildings that have been built since then are still within that 40% 4-story limit. So it wasn't like they didn't move here because they needed 6 stories or needed 60% instead of 40% buildable. Now, granted, to the assessor's point, there might be people who were thinking of moving here and didn't because of that, because special permitting is time-consuming and very expensive. We wouldn't necessarily know that, but we didn't have anyone, since we've reversed it, aside from Olympus, who actually did do the special permit process, to go beyond those parameters. So the perception that we were making it more restrictive for developers to come into town put a major halt on larger developments in our commercial industrial areas. And one of the benefits we have at a town is that our commercial industrial areas are, for the most part, pretty well segregated from our residential areas, which is definitely an added advantage for the community as well. And so when I think about the geography argument, and for me, deep concern about the message split tax rate sends from a business-friendly standpoint. And I think about 2019 I believe it was town meeting when we reversed it. Since then, we've had hundreds of millions of dollars of development. Australis was 45 million, Olympus, big dollars there, Atlantic Management and Amazon in the Otis Street corridor. We had a landscaping company move from Flanders to Otis Street, and they're putting up a second building and making an investment, that they're not just going to run their business, they're going to be a landlord and attract other businesses of their type into the community. I wouldn't want moving off a single tax rate to impact that perception that this is a good long-term, a good place to make those long-term investments. My other concern is, it's sort of a timing concern, right? Industrial's really, really strong right now, and that's good. We're seeing growth. The Amazon projects, Estrellas, that's great. Commercial, which is the typical office space, is weak. And as mentioned, that trend, as best I can tell, isn't going to change. And so if we look and we expect existing vacancy rates for office space to decrease, or vacancy rates to increase, it'll impact the profitability and the value of those businesses. One of the things we see is a current trend, not just in Westborough, but throughout the region, is the replacement of commercial space with industrial space. Yes, BJ's moved their headquarters to Marlborough. They took a lot less office space. We now have an industrial project looking to replace with even more square footage and much higher valuation, and we'll have more things inside the building that we can hopefully tax on the personal property tax as well. That's how we shift get that 30% industrial back up towards 40, is the continued development and being open and receptive to how the commercial industrial markets are shifting now and will continue to shift over time. My third thing about the single rate is, yes, the difficulty in ever moving back. And, when we started this process, we had an estimated average tax increase of over $1,100, and yeah, that's the, pull the fire alarm, hit the panic button. That's a scary number. As always, early in the process, you have less information. Now we have more information. That's, that increase is not trivial. Where we're talking right now being over $700. It is less than we thought. Doing a shift to commercial industrial, and undoing it again, if a year from now we want to go back to single rate, and the average tax bill is going to go up 5%, and you shift the 5% back, you're going up 8, 9, 10% on the residential side. And so you get the double whammy. It's very hard to do, even in communities that want to do it. And so that, that's also a longevity concern as well. So it's sort of where my thoughts are at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey, Patrick, thank you for putting this together. You've highlighted some concerns around town that we need to review and address, and maybe it's not here tonight, but it's going forward, and we need to come back and revisit some of these. I do agree with Alan that unfortunately, by making some of these moves, I don't think they target necessarily the communities that are in the most need, unfortunately. The other comment I would make is, I guess one of them, is that my concern is, even if we moved off the single tax rate and then at some point in the future adjusted to move back onto a single tax rate, we've basically sent a message to the business community that we're willing to play with the single tax rate going forward. And so, is that something that they are going to have to be concerned about each year going forward? I look at, and I am grateful that what we had predicted potentially last December did not come to pass, that we were thinking we might be in double digits for this increase, and that, we're looking at 7% was, probably the best scenario possible. Residential rates skyrocketed this past year. I mean, I don't know what other word you would put. I mean, you know, our assessments are up 17% for the average home. If that wasn't the case this year, we'd be talking about, you know, how great the industrial base is doing within town. You know, it is getting added to exponentially. Alan mentioned other multiple projects, and I echo what he said about the changes that occurred a few years ago in permitting and in zoning that has helped kind of charge back this development we're seeing. And that was, I would say, the primary reason why we saw this gap change between our commercial and industrial base and our residential base. And if you look at the pattern in some of the charts that were up earlier, although we've gone over 70%, you see that it is really kind of leveled off over the last few years, and it isn't moving as dramatically as it was prior to, say, 2016 or 17. Sorry, Mark, we need to keep one door open. Mark?
Yep, thank you, no, thanks. That's
No, but thank you for your...
Thank you, Patrick, just thanks.
Multitasking, you saw that
I know,
happen.
right?
Thank you.
It's not my first meeting.
Yeah.
You know, and hopefully we'll continue to see that grow, the commercial industrial base continue to grow. And I do have concerns about what a change in the single tax rate would do to small businesses in town. They've had a tough couple of years. Tough couple of years? I think I got that backwards. Tough couple of years, pardon me.
We know what you meant.
Yes, thank you. And, you know, being on the Economic Development Committee, I see that firsthand, and sort of the, what has been done to try and support small businesses in town, but even so, I think this single tax rate is important to maintain for those businesses. So I'm going to vote to continue with a single tax rate.
Shelby?
So one of the benefits of going last is that a lot of really smart people spoke before me, so I can keep my comments to a minimum. I will not repeat anything that has been said, other than to say, thank you, Patrick, for this. I think it's has brought us all around to a deeper conversation, and I appreciate that. I will be supporting a single tax rate, and I'll just quickly state those reasons. I do think that as a former, actually mid-sized business owner, I absolutely believe that a split tax rate will impact the business community, and it will have far-reaching implications, as was explained, on how businesses support the community, those that Patrick highlighted in his presentation, whether it be through donations and sponsorships and scholarships, etc. I think that we have before us a challenge, certainly to this board and to the town, to really think about creative ways in which we can continue to grow our business base in a way that still is reflective of the quality of life that people that live here in Westborough want. Some of those were mentioned through the public comments. Alan mentioned that as part of some of the repurposing of the property where BJ's was. So I think we need to, I would challenge, and I think we're doing a good job there, but we need to, get out of the box and think about how we can potentially reuse commercial office space for other purposes that would shift that 30% to a higher percentage and alleviate some of the residential burden. We absolutely heard it in our first, our second, third agenda item tonight. We need to think about our spending priorities. Without a doubt, it is a tough conversation because the majority of what we do here in town is people-based. It's not thing-based. It's just, it is, town government is a service business. And so we're going to have some tough discussions on that because we can't continue to grow at the rate that we're growing. And I firmly believe, just like the tolls, so appreciate that example, that once we make this shift, we will not go back. It just, if it's hard to have this conversation now, imagine adding, well, we're going to make this shift, and now we're just going to kind of need to add back a couple $100 to that average. And again, always the key word is average. It's just not going to happen. So for that reason, I'm in favor of the split, the single tax rate, excuse me, without any residential exemption.
If I just may make just one brief comment. First of all, I'd like to thank the rest of the board for their, support and kind words. It's never easy to come in front of the board and in front of a town on such a difficult topic, all right? So pulling together the data and listening to people's views on this is always a struggle, and I just encourage the community and the board to continue moving forward to look for options that will hopefully alleviate for the most needy in our community the financial burden that many of our purchases are now expending on them. So thank you.
Other further comments? Anything further from the public? Again, it's public hearing. Yes, Walter.
Hi, Walter Leslie, 207 West Main. I'd just like to refute the concept that businesses don't use schools. Massachusetts has public schools. They're paid for largely by property taxes. Therefore, everybody that pays property taxes has an obligation to pay for schools. And I just can't think that you can just say businesses don't use schools because that's how we fund them. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Mark Varro, Caruth Capital. You always think of something when you sit back down.
I do that.
I'll be quick. We own property in Lexington. We own property in Westwood. When I was in college, I lived in Waltham, and I lived in Cambridge. And you're really going far and wide to compare communities. Westborough is a great location, but it's not 128. I own properties there. And the property we own in Westwood is industrial, and it's doing well now. But for the past 20 years, we had to compete with the town next door with a single tax rate. And it really makes a big difference when you're talking industrial people. Triple net meaning they pay all the taxes. The landlord doesn't pay any of that. It made a big difference, and it was hard for us to compete. When we mentioned the properties on the Cape or whatever, where they're tourist properties, think of Chelsea and Cambridge and Waltham. These were communities that have a very high percentage of apartments and students, and they don't have the single-family residences. And the reason they had to go so far to compare is because there's nothing around here that compares. All the surrounding communities are all single tax rate here, except for Marlborough and Framingham. And all the other communities are our competitors. And they all have a tax rate that's already lower than Westborough. Thank you for letting me come back up.
No problem. Thanks. Anything else? If not, is there a motion from the board?
Make a motion to not adopt a residential exemption or small commercial exemption and to maintain a single tax rate by adopting residential factor of 1.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further comments? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed?
Yes.
Yes. Opposed. Okay. So it's 4 to 1, 5 being present. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Good job. Public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Good conversation. They can sign it after, it doesn't matter. Nice job.
Okay.
I have to make those predictions.
Yeah. Okay, we're moving back to our support. So Article 4, support a special town meeting, warrant articles. And again, I apologize for folks that are here to wait on that we had to move off of that for the classification hearing. So I open back up for comments.
Shelby was going to talk.
Yes, Shelby, you were next on that one.
I was.
If you remember.
Yeah, let me shift here. Let me shift back.
Take a moment.
I know, right? Okay. So I think that I want to be, fully transparent here. I have been I supported the public library project at our fall town meeting. I, along with many here in this room, and certainly many at prior town meetings, also supported the library project as it's made its way through a very long and arduous process as we had to vote on various aspects of applying for the grant and expending money, et cetera. And so for that reason, I will cast a vote in favor of, in support of Article 1, but I do that in the context of also this additional information. While I'm not thrilled necessarily with Mass General law allowing a citizen's petition and it being able to come forward in this way, as Alan already stated, it is the process, it is our democratic process, and it is what it is. I do think, and I believe I mentioned this at our last select board meeting, that folks may not remember that we were asked to move the article on the library. It was originally, 1819, there was lots of discussion, so we decided to move it to where it was. In hindsight, had we left it where it was, and all things being equal, the meeting would have stopped, and this would have been the project would have been could have been the first article to be discussed on night number 2. That wasn't the case. But all of this has certainly made me realize that we really need to take some serious thought to how we structure town meeting articles on the warrant. I think we have to be a bit more, I'll say, honest with ourselves about recognizing the sensitivity of topics that we know are going to gain higher interest, and it's not a matter of allowing to stack the house or what have you, because you can stack the house with pro and con voters. It doesn't matter. But I do think we have to be sensitive to the timing. Our town meeting started at 7:02 in the evening, just to bring folks back. By the time we got through the moderator's necessary preamble, our town manager's comments, comments by the chair of the finance committee, that took us to about 7:25, and then, the town moderator's comments took us to about 7:25. There were then further comments by our town manager and the finance chair. We didn't start our first conversation until 7:45 on the first article. About 2 hours and 15 minutes later, we started our discussion on the library project. And we see the numbers, right? This is a huge project, and in retrospect, although yes, we went forward with it, I wish I had stood up and said, motion to adjourn the meeting to the following evening, before we even started that. Because it was late, we didn't take that vote until 11 o'clock, but we took the vote. I respect the vote, but I equally respect the citizen's petition that allows this vote to come forward. And it would be, the comment was made earlier about casting a vote, and I look to the board to the same about a vote in support is a vote to support the project. It's not about the process. And so for that reason, I do believe that the library needs to be renovated. I think the long-term costs of doing it in piecemeal, we saw that with Hastings about how the project scope gets unwieldy, code gets triggered. Ultimately, I don't even want to know what the final number is going to be on the Hastings project, because at the end of the day, I wish we had just done a full renovation, but we didn't. So let's learn from that lesson and do this project the right way. If the vote is the right vote at the special town meeting on December 10th, and it comes out to be 2/3 against, then so be it. And we move on, and the grant is lost, and the library trustees and building committee have to go back to square one and figure out how we're going to do this, and maybe it goes to a debt exclusion and a ballot vote. But let's let the process be. I trust the process. I trust that the voters will turn out. We have 20,000 people in this town. We had less than 1,000 people at that town meeting. So if you care about this article, regardless of how you care about it, show up and vote. I will not be there because I have prior so you can't count my vote and you can't count anyone in my family's vote. But if you care about it, show up. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelby.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Shelby that, and you have to consider the project and not the process. Unfortunately, this is a 40 to 50-year building we're considering, so you have to consider that rather than how it came to happen. Now, I would say, unfortunately, I know that folks are hoping that the select board will take a stance on how this came to be, and what we think of that process. I have to say, honestly, I don't know that people would care what we thought of that process. The process is what it is, right? The process is what is allowed by the state. So whatever we say really has no impact. Honestly, if we were somehow opposed to the process, I would say, just to play devil's advocate, people would probably end up possibly creating more special town meetings for other issues, I think we just have to consider this is another town meeting. There's 5 articles on it. These articles are important, each and every one of them. We need to consider them independently based on their merits. And I supported the project a month ago. I support the project now. So, thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to jump in here and pass it on. I guess we decided. I feel differently. I think to me the vote was heard. The vote came forward. So not talking about process or precedent, although I will say that I'm concerned about that. But we did have a significant amount of voters, so the timing, and that's part of the process, and folks were there and they stayed there. They voted for the project and it didn't pass. To me, the vote was heard. That's our process, that's what happened. The process we're going through now, that's out of our control, as we've all talked about. So it's coming forward for a vote based on something that is allowed by state law. But I think, in thinking back to the discussions there and the vote that was cast, and although it was close, and admittedly so, with a handful of votes differing, to me, I support the vote that was taken. I think it's not fair to those that came, and that comes back to the precedent thing. So I'm voting, and my vote tonight will be to not support this article, but it's because of that. But I will say that I am concerned about precedent because, this is something, we don't like a vote. We go and this people said 200 signatures is easy to get, and I'm concerned about this accelerating or happening multiple times again for, votes that don't go certain ways. So nothing more than that. I think it's, to me, in my mind personally, that was, the vote for the project was there. We had supporters of it, opponents of it. The vote was taken. It was fair. A number of folks were there. We've always talked, we want more people there for votes. This is one of the largest votes, I think, that I remember, probably outside of the last vote for high school lights. So I think that there were residents there that voted, and it didn't pass, and with that, my vote tonight will be to not support this one. Patrick?
Sure, thank you, Ian. This is a hard one. I mean, I don't know how to put this any other way. A couple things come to mind. First of all, on the process, I support the state's process. I'm not happy with that we had to go through this, but I support the state's process. If you don't support that process, there's nothing we can do about that. That is the state process. It's been happened many times over the years. The fire department, I think we went through the same process when that got voted. It was a second meeting on a petition. So, I look at the library project. I'm a huge supporter of the library. Last night, for those that aren't aware, Maureen and myself spent a number of hours with a fair amount of other individuals moving probably close to 200 boxes and 5 truckloads of toys into the library to support the holiday store that my wife runs down there, which is used by those 300 children. It brings toys to those 300 children. A fantastic program that the library supports and provides space for. However, that said, I've also heard, I think everyone on this board at one point or another say we have a spending issue. And we also heard loud and clear tonight from many community members that we have a spending issue. And we didn't decide to change our tax classification. There's only 2 big dials here. You either turn down spending or you change how you pay for it. We didn't change how we're paying for it, so the only other dial here is to not spend the money. Now, that said, we're in financial uncertain times right now. I looked at myself and I said, if I was buying this large of a budget item in my personal life, would I make this big of a spend based on today's financial situation? And I'm not I'm not a homeless person. I'm not at the poverty line. I'm probably an average person in town. And my answer to that would be no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't spend these dollars right now and under these financial uncertainty, hearing loud and clear from at least 2/3 of our community at that vote that we should not spend this money. I would encourage, if the library fails at town meeting, I'm all for working with the library committee on regards to other options here. The other thing that I asked for a number of weeks ago, which finally got in our packet this week, was the interest payment, understanding what that would be. And again, as you heard tonight, that would be upwards of between $40 and $44 million for this project as a burden against the taxpayer. That's a big number. That is a very big number for a project like this. And I think that there are other options that we haven't gone down and looked at more closely simply because we were in this grant process. And I would love to use that $9.5 million for this project, but right now, today, I cannot vote for this project with this funding. So, thank you.
Alan? You had comments before.
I had comments before, I guess.
You don't have to have further comments.
No.
I forgot.
No. Just mine's one of fiscal stewardship, in that I'm not sure not doing the project as proposed saves us any money. And the scope of the work that needs to be done and the time frame. Someone asked earlier, well, why did they give the money back before? They gave the money back because they said, we're not going to spend money doing repairs or work on a building that we expect to replace because of the process we're in. And yes, being in the process does limit your view of things. And one of the challenges sitting on this side of the marble is, you make every board that sat here, is hopefully making the best decisions they can with the information they have at the time. And you make commitments and you make decisions based on hopefully long-term planning. And we've seen that in other, building projects. So from a, regardless, our concerns about precedent issue and us being becoming the town where special town meetings, are, every 4 weeks, whatever, heading into that, it's like our monthly special town meeting, however, people fear that slippery slope, at the end of the day, I'm concerned that not going forward with the project with the state grant as it stands today, we're going to end up spending the same or more amount of money simply getting the building back to, long-term usable state and major repairs without the benefits that come with the project. And that's a net loss.
Ian, if I
Yep.
could just add one more thing, actually Alan mentioned, and it was brought up about kind of listening to our constituents, and I think that that's a very fair challenge to the board. I just think that the public should be aware we did, and I want to thank every member of the public who emailed us. We received a lot of emails, not surprisingly, on this going into tonight's meeting, actually even before the town meeting. And while I don't have a specific count, I think it's fair to say that they were probably about 50-50 split in terms of the project. Separate out the process, but the project itself, about, yes project, no project. So I think that, as folks are sitting here and not asking for your sympathy in where we're sitting, we choose to be here and we're elected by you. But we are a pretty split community on this, which is reflective of that first town meeting vote. So I just want the larger public to, or the public that's not here, because it was also, we've heard pretty much all the no's tonight, a lot of against the process, and appreciate those folks making the time to come out, some of whom are still here. But I do want to, in all transparency, speak to a number of emails that we received in support of it. So that's all. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a motion from the board members on support or non-support of the article?
Ian, just a procedural question. Are we going 1 to 5 at this point?
Yes.
All in? Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, so I'm starting with 1 and then I'll go to 2, and yep.
That's fine. So,
1 and 2 together?
yeah.
No.
Okay.
Well, you want to do one at a time? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I move to support Article 1 on the December 10, 2020 special town meeting warrant.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor of support for Article 1? And opposed? So that's 3-2, Board of Selectmen support. What I will do, Shelby, thanks for bringing it up, for the next, well, we only have 5. Let's
Yeah.
go through this
Yeah.
one at a time. So, Article 2, this one is the established dimensional zoning regulations for building in the M1 district. To me, this is, if the vote passes, to me, it's a required thing, so we can open it up for discussion. To me, personally, it's a formality vote that I would support it if that one passes.
It's an important formality, but yes.
It's an important formality that if Article 1 was to pass, to me, we need Article 2, so my vote would be for support of it.
Yeah, so I would move to support Article 2 on the December 10 2022 special town meeting warrant.
I'll second.
Nope, you got it.
Okay. And to note, if Article 1 doesn't pass, just like happened at the last town meeting, this would be passed over, because there's no reason to have this at this time if the project's not moving forward. So, all those in favor? Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, Article 3, the amendment of the acquisition of 0 Ruggles Street off Ruggles Street. As we had asked and kind of gone through before, this is related to the vote that the town meeting gave to acquire the property at this last town meeting. Post that meeting, the state did come back to us with a opportunity for us to still receive a large portion of the grant that they had awarded before. Conditions on that were that we had to change some of the vote, most notably Parcel A, which is the small piece of property that comes off of Breen Road. So I one of the entrances into the property, which we had voted to be under the control of the care, custody, and control of the Select Board for general municipal purposes. That will now be, the amendment will be to switch that to be, that parcel A to be under the care, custody, and control of conservation. And again, the rationale for doing that is by us making that change, we receive just north of $60,000 to offset the cost the town would have to pay.
So I move to support Article 3 on the December 10, 2020 special town meeting warrant.
Second.
Any other discussion or comments? All those in favor? That's 5-0. Article 4 relates to an adjustment to the elections budget, transfer from free cash of $30,000. As we mentioned also earlier, we've exceeded our budget already because of the large quantity of voting devices required for the 2 nights of the October special town meeting. So this is basically replenishing that budget so we have a budget available or dollars available for use at the annual town meeting in March.
Comment? Yeah, so I'm going to be a bit of a curmudgeon on this one. I think this is why the Advisory Finance Committee has a reserve to fund items like this. If it comes to the annual town meeting and we have a snow deficit, or there's some reason we're overly concerned that we're going to come up short, I think, at that point, then maybe we provide some more money to the Advisory Finance Committee, but I feel like these are the items that the Advisory Finance Committee handles. So, just a thought.
It's a good question, but typically when the Advisory Finance Committee uses their reserve to pay for something, we then vote the free cash to replenish that reserve.
We may or we may not.
Okay, true.
I think part of the reason the reserve is set where it is to discourage too much additional spending throughout the year.
Yeah, and I think this one, so if I understand it correctly, the town clerk, I believe it's the town clerk, or the town moderator, one, has gone to the Finance Committee asking for a reserve transfer for this special town meeting to pay for electronic voting.
The town clerk will go on December 5th to their meeting to ask for the money to pay for this special town meeting, understanding that it was unanticipated. The reason for the article is because we know that we budget $20,000 for the handsets, and we used all of that at the special town meeting. So we know that there's no money in the budget currently budgeted for handsets for annual.
And if we weren't having a town meeting, it would have to
go
to reserve transfer.
reserve
This
fund.
is just the opportunity to replenish it, so. Just to be clear, understand where you're coming from, though. You're not a curmudgeon.
It's okay if you are, though.
Yes. Any other comments on that?
Just going back to one of the comments from, I believe, the town moderator and the clerk at our last meeting is the use of the funds wasn't just the number of devices needed, it was also a dramatic increase in the cost of the service, and they're now looking at the potential of acquiring the devices as a longer-term, more cost-effective solution.
Or other
in the
vendors,
future,
too.
or other options for.
Yeah, I'll just mention on that note, a resident mentioned to me a great idea, and I don't know if this is even possible, but maybe come with an inter-community agreement where we could rent those devices out between communities when their town meetings alternate.
We have looked into that.
Okay.
It wasn't an option when we first looked into it because a lot of the surrounding communities that we were talking to have meetings on same nights. But it's certainly all part of the discussion.
Good to hear. Wendy.
Good concept.
Great
Yes.
minds.
Wendy?
Can you come?
They haven't bought them yet, and so they're kind of looking to share. So they may buy like 500 handsets, we buy 500, and then we could all share them for different town meetings, so we can buy.
Perfect. Thank you.
So for the public that couldn't hear that, I think that we're exploring the opportunities to purchase or share or,
Purchase and share.
yeah, right, exactly.
Thank you, Shelby.
Mhm.
Is there a motion on this one?
I move to support Article 4 on the December 10th, 2022 special town meeting warrant.
Second?
All those in favor? Opposed?
Still going to be your curmudgeon.
It's 4-1, 5 being present. Okay, the last one is the opioid settlement fund, and this is the transfer from free cash. So basically allow us to, as is necessary, to segregate those assets into the fund to pay for the purposes of what those funds are received for.
So the money has come in, but it's general fund revenue. It will close out to free cash. We're appropriating at this point because there's very prescriptive ways that you're supposed to establish what you're going to use the money for, and there's some towns that have some regional ideas, so we want to have the money available to move forward.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this one?
Christy, just a question for you. If my memory's correct, as part of that litigation settlement, wasn't there a need to also establish any sort of community committee or whatnot on the use of those funds? I thought there was some requirement.
I know that there's a discussion about including people who were victims of the opioid. And so that's what we're all talking about. So we don't have anything specific that we're looking to spend that money on, but we just can't access the money currently where it sits in the general fund. So if we were to move forward, it's a small amount of money, and other communities have the same amount or even less. And so looking at regional efforts is something that they've encouraged, but we certainly would have to follow any of those guidelines.
Okay. Yeah, I've had a couple of impacted family members, not my family members, but family members who have been victims who have expressed an interest in understanding this more.
Sure.
Yep.
So, thank you.
So can I just ask, so use of those funds then would come through, like, who would oversee those funds, Christy? In this, like, does that come through your office? Does that fall under Youth and Family Services, police?
No, so
fire?
there's no identified department in terms of who would have access to the funds. Sort of, I guess, obvious ones would be police, fire, Youth and Family Services, Board of Health, are different groups that are talking about different things. So, we would certainly bring anything back to the board that we were going to pursue.
Yep.
So we wouldn't just, we wouldn't be able to spend it without coming back to the board.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
So, ready for a motion?
Yep.
I move to approve, move to support Article 5 on the December 10, 2022 special town meeting warrant.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present, so I think we have a special town meeting warrant with the votes to be shared with the Finance Committee. Anything further, Christie, on that, or?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Item 6 on our agenda, put an R on agenda, but is being passed over tonight. There's more information that we're looking, so we're not going to act on that. That'll be on our next, most likely our next agenda, so pass over that. Item 7 is interim treasurer collector agreement with Town of Westborough and Bob Haley.
Yep. So as I noted at an earlier meeting, our treasurer collector is retiring in December. It's we're already advertising and receiving applications, but certainly we can't function without someone in that position. And if you remember, last time our treasurer collector, the previous employee left, we did end up hiring an interim to fill that role until we were able to get someone in. So we have talked with Bob about the possibility of him coming back in an interim role until we're able to get someone in the position. So I did provide you with a draft of what an agreement would look like, asking for authorization for me to finalize that with him and execute it. the treasurer collector is an appointment of the town manager with concurrence by the board.
Ian?
Question?
Yes.
Christie, how does this, what's the budgetary impact, I guess is the best way to ask the question, to, of this contract versus the present employee?
Sure. So the way that this contract would work is we would use the current salary of the employee. The way that we've discussed it with Bob is that he would actually work a 4-day work week, so Monday through Thursday. So it's actually a savings because we would only pay for 35 and a half hours as opposed to 40.
Okay.
And no benefits.
No benefits.
Right.
Right.
Well, he's retiring, so.
Right.
Right, but yes.
Right, under,
Right.
as an employee, okay.
That was my question.
Okay.
So I would move to authorize the town manager to finalize and execute an agreement between Bob Haley and the town of Westborough for interim treasurer collector.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present, and thank Bob for willing to do that important role. Okay, item 8 on our agenda, Hockomock Pond building reuse.
I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint presentation, but Chief Purcell is here to speak to this.
Chief, thank you for hanging around.
Just gotta wait for the presentation to come up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I gotta stretch my legs. Sorry.
All set?
Yeah.
So thanks for having me tonight. Patrick Purcell, serving as your fire chief, and I'm here requesting your authorization for use of a building under town control at the intersection of Smith Valve Parkway and Otis Street. As you can see on the screen in front of you, this is the facility that was used as part of the Superfund site that was established in 1984 to clean Hockomock. And on the property, there were several wells and filtration devices and storage tanks, and there was infrastructure inside of this building, which is no longer there, that was used to complete that process. There are a lot of restrictions of use on the property. We believe the use we're proposing tonight is one that is acceptable. Some time ago, the town manager put out a request for proposals to use from different departments for use of this building, and it didn't come to my attention until she brought it up a few weeks ago about possibly moving a regional dispatch here, which I think is a fantastic idea. And we looked at the site with State 911 over the last couple of weeks. They also felt that it was a great location. They felt that we were more apt to obtain a development grant if we were renovating a building rather than building one from scratch. And a lot of the utilities that we need are already run to this building, whether they work or not right now. Is not important because the development grant would fund the reestablishment of the electricity that's currently cut off. Can we go to the next slide? So we looked at a bunch of different sites here across the Commonwealth. Foxborough was one of them. North Middlesex Regional up in Tewksbury was another one. And on your own time, or if anyone is listening, you could go onto YouTube and see a 2 to 3 minute video on this specific center. And the reason why I picked this one to highlight tonight was there's a lot of similar characteristics with the property, the overall property, and the building that was utilized in Tewksbury. I believe they actually built one from scratch, but it looks similar to size, shape, and surrounding environment that we have here. And I think that what they built was an appropriate size facility, we'd be looking for here for the communities that are engaged in this project. So that building on Otis Street is about 10,000 square feet. It's more of a shell right now. It would require a lot of work to turn it into a dispatch center, but not a lot of demolition. It would require some things like ripping the floor out, putting a new floor in, removing some ventilation units on the left side of the building, new lighting, and then an outfit of the interior of the structure, of which, unlike a lot of the conversations tonight, we are not looking for any dollars to make this happen. State 911 would fund this entire project through a development grant. That development grant is coming quickly, which is why we're before you tonight. We actually got a glimpse of what they're offering, anywhere between $8 and $40 million to spread out across the Commonwealth. We've been working closely with Grafton, Southborough, and Hopkinton. We wouldn't want to just build out this center for 4 communities. We were looking to build it for 5 or 6 and then leave the last 2 up for first come, first serve, and that would drive the cost down for Westborough, or for everyone involved. So on the site there, we met with the Hockomock Reuse Committee last night, and we did receive support, a vote of support for utilization of this building, and then we came before you asking for the same support. We would be looking to do something similar to what you see before you on the screen. We would have to obviously have a radio tower on that site. I can see that being one concern for people in that area. I don't know how high it would be. I can tell you that the one at the fire station, if you wanted to cite an example, is about 100 feet. I would say if we're going in with 4 towns, it would probably need to be a little bit taller, maybe 120 feet, but that's just my best guess. And then we would be looking to use that exact footprint of the building that is there, and then put in some parking around the building. One of the things that the Hockomock Committee felt would be reassuring to them was that where this would be an occupied building 24/7, they felt safe having walking trails and any other infrastructure that they might put in to support that type of use, whether it's a trail, bike trail, pedestrian trail. So if we put a bathroom, I kind of brought that up, but bathroom, water stop, whatever, we would probably not see vandalism, where if we just put something out in the middle of the woods, it would be susceptible to that. Plus, we'd have security on the site for whatever projects come down the road and whatever we would like to see used on that property, whether it's a solar farm or I'm sure there's a million things that people want to do down there. We go to the next slide. So what the building would be, what we'd be looking for the state to sponsor through the development grant would be a full fit out of the communication center for 4 to 6 communities, a kitchenette, locker room, meeting and training room, and by doing a training room or a community room in that building, I think we can get a little bit of a bigger parking lot, which is a plus because then people that go to utilize the trail can have a place to park as well. So we'd be kind of taking advantage of, two bites at the apple on that and maybe save the town some money on a parking lot for our own uses down the road. The next slide. That's a overview of the top of the property as it sits now. As you can see, it's pretty large. There's already an unpaved roadway that goes into it. There is infrastructure such as sewer, water, cable, electricity, gas, all right to the site now. There's a fire hydrant outside of that building, and that's important because we would be looking to sprinkle the building going forward to protect our 911 center. Really, we are on a tight window. The process going forward would be as if we had your support to utilize this building in the very near future, perhaps even the next meeting. We'd have to talk to our other stakeholders, but we'd be looking to enter into an intermunicipal agreement so that we could begin writing the development grant in December with a due date of March 2nd. Those are the other towns that are highlighted in this project. In the interim, I need to reach out in the next either tomorrow or next week to an architect or Cybercom, who is a primary radio vendor and communications vendor that we use here in Westborough, and they're also recognized by the Commonwealth on the state contract for doing the majority of radio work here in the state. They have an option for us to petition them to design and quote for $0 what the outfit would be for that facility, in hopes that they got the work down the road, and that is what's commonly gone on in the Commonwealth. Then once that was done, we would officially file the development grant, and then if the grant was obtained, our first step would be probably to hire an executive director to take the burden of all of this work off of us and the other communities and start to petition for legislation to make it its own dispatch district. And by that, what I mean is there's legislation that allows us to create a district specific to dispatch for all those communities, similar to its being its own town. That's it.
Yes.
Hey, Chief, first of all, thank you for all your hard work on this project. Looking forward to it. I think it's really going to pay off. It makes a lot of sense for us. I know initially when you came forward talking about just the agreement in general, there was a couple other potential sites outside of Westborough.
Yep.
But were they considered not ideal, I guess? You can give us a status on those.
So there was two, and one of those communities pulled out.
Okay.
And there was a second one that they determined was far too large. It was the center school in Hopkinton, and not a good place for it, and in a historic district with a lot of challenges behind it. So they actually ruled out all three of those sites they looked at originally, but they brought back in the Harvey building when the amount of towns was reduced to 4. We kind of got the message that we wanted to stay away from that, and we think that this is a much better option. I think we can also work with the state to get some other things done to that site that benefit the community.
You feel confident if it grows to 6 towns that they could fit within this structure?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sorry, vacuum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, we'll talk louder.
No,
Patrick.
Yeah, Chief, thank you for doing this. I was really surprised to see that building, because I've been in that building and seen it firsthand. It's in pretty tough shape. So I was really looking forward to seeing the pictures, and I'm glad you have them, because that would be a tremendous improvement on that property. So to me, it makes a lot of sense. I guess my question, I think it's more directed to Christy. In our packet, there's talk about how the library was also interested for some storage space. Has that been ruled out at this point? I'm just curious, has there been any other response? I just don't want to rule out all other players in here.
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly take up any storage, because there was some interest in storage there. The library, I mean, it was just one idea, and it would still require work to the building. So there is money in the project, the current library project, to fit up temporary space, but I don't think we certainly didn't do an analysis deep enough that would specify how much money it would cost for that storage space, and then also some other temporary functioning space. So I would say that, Shelby can speak to this too, that the reuse committee was just sort of interested in what departments might use it for, but there hasn't been a real discussion around it. So
Okay. I'm just wondering if that discussion, I understand the Chief's under a timeline here. I didn't know if that discussion was something that would be appropriate before we make a vote on this. But let me hold off on that. I did have a different question for you. If Chief, or whoever's controlling the deck, can you go back to the topographical, that guy. So one of my questions here is, if you look, I mean, I don't know if the whole board remembers, but those 2 big patches of brown spots there are both capped lagoons of waste, basically, that cannot be touched. And my question, it's a bit of a hill, a bit of a rise up that dirt driveway into this lot. I don't think you can touch anything on the back side of the building towards Hockomock Pond there because of that capped space. So parking would be an interesting issue, and I'm not sure how it would be located on the lot. I'm not sure if the renderings are fully representative of some of the boundary limitations that we have there. But I will say that I'm supportive of this idea. I'm just wondering if, back to my previous thought, if there's more conversation that needs to happen to see if there's other ideas. I can't think of a better use myself.
Well, so just to go back to what you just said, there is parking. You do come around and can park behind the building.
Yeah.
Very aware of the caps. I mean, there's certainly a lot to discuss in terms of the go forward if it wasn't on a Superfund site. So then we add the fact that it is, and there's a lot of discussions with the EPA and other things that we have to consider. So I think at this point we're trying to understand the feasibility beyond the work that's already been done. And so, keeping you updated on all of that. I don't think we weren't presenting to you a conceptual design for this specific building for Westborough or for this group of towns, but just showing you something comparable that you might see in that spot. Related to the library, I mean, we also talked about temporary library location being at the Harvey Building. I'm sure Sean could speak to some other ideas. I'm assuming that there have been discussed at the Library Building Committee. I recognize, I think we both recognize that this is a sort of a quick ask. The timeline is short, but this is a really long-term gain for the town. So if we're just talking about storage for the library or any other department, I think that, there could be some alternatives.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
I just had a question, Pat, visiting the site in Foxborough, one of the things I noticed was basically how, I'll call it high security that was. So when you talked about, having the parking could be used for the general public for hiking or like a bathroom, whatever, does it have to be, I guess the question is, that one was secure, I just assume these all have to be secure.
My answer is, I don't believe so. Very different environment. If you look at what the Foxborough Center is protecting, they interface on a weekly basis with the ATF, the FBI. They have Gillette Stadium. It's a, for terrorism. They have to prepare for threats to that. The Xfinity Center. We don't have venues like that here. So they are constantly with local police, state police, federal agencies. So they have a lot more.
Perfect. I love the idea that you proposed and using it that way. I think that's great. I just wanted to make sure that.
I believe, and I really need to turf this to an architect at some point because I feel like I am just starting to get over my head. But I believe with appropriate video cameras and access control, we can accomplish the majority of what we need to do with security. But I'm not 100% sure. I really need an architect to look at that designs centers like this and knows what they're doing.
Perfect. Thank you. Other questions? Shelby?
Yeah, if I can just, as the board is aware, I'm the appointed member from this board to the Hockomock Pond Reuse Committee. Yesterday we did meet, we had, Chief was there to present to us, and Christy also helped with the presentation. So the committee voted 9-0-1 in support of what you're hearing here today. Some of the comments really were around, so I'll speak specifically to the abstention because I think the vote spoke to a lot of the discussion we had, and that is, this is coming on pretty quickly. We haven't sort of talked about it's a great opportunity, but what are we losing in exchange on this property? And so there's a little bit of hesitation, not that it's not a great project, but I think that the chief heard that clearly we want to maintain the town wants to maintain control for passive recreation, and that's certainly important. And I think going forward, there's going to be that point where we're going to learn more about how the site could be developed, and then I guess we'll have to make a decision as to whether or not we're actually going to enter into this agreement. If it's contrary to what the town it's still under our control, meaning that the board's control. So I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, if we go forward, we say yes and we give our full support tonight, and it comes back and, it's like, well, no, we'd have to secure it from the road and there would be no public access, then at some point, this board would still have the opportunity to say yay or nay. I mean, we might still support it, but we could still say we're not in favor of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think what the chief described as our next steps are going to happen in parallel in terms of understanding, what needs to happen with the building, but then also creation of that intermunicipal agreement, which we want in place before, that would help us in the grant process. So, right. I know he's already talked to other fire chiefs. I'm getting text messages from town managers because we need to start to work through this, and so it'll be before you soon.
I think we're overlooking one thing. At the end of the day, it's still your building and it's still your property. So if you don't want to fence that, it's kind of up to you.
Right.
Like,
Well-
you still have
Right.
the say. I mean, obviously,
Right.
if I said I really needed a fence, I don't need to put it around the entire thing, but maybe we just put
There
it
might be
around the building.
barricades or security, whatever.
But like,
right.
it's still your building, and
Right.
you're still the boss.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we're going to hire an executive director to run the dispatch district that's going to report to whoever we designate.
Yeah.
There's usually two boards, the board of managers and
Yeah.
the boards of chiefs, and they still work for the towns.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if you
and
don't
there's-
want something, you don't like something, just tell them.
Right, and Christie and Chief, I mean, you didn't, I don't think you covered it here, but we talked about how with the intermunicipal agreement and this being on Westborough property, there's an opportunity because it's our property to benefit from that in the, assessment, the fees, back to the town. So I think it's a great use. I'm fully supportive of it, and I think that we can make this work. There's an opportunity to not clear cut, but to cut some trees. That spot is so overgrown, and obviously it needs to be done with cooperation of all the agencies with lots of letters. But I'm sure that can be handled, particularly if it's a 911 initiative. So that's all I
My
have to
opinion
say.
is you have three things to gain here by voting for this. So I don't think it's a real, it's not a real concern, but it is people's concern. So we have to validate that. Everyone wants the center in their community because they think it has to be there. When
Yeah.
the reality is, it doesn't matter if somebody answers 911 and sends the first responders where they need to go. It doesn't matter if they're in Colorado.
Right.
Okay, but it matters to people, so you get a win there. It's in your town.
Sure.
The second thing is, you're saving money. It's all we've been hearing about is how we're trying to save money. So we're going to save you some money, a lot of money, especially over the life of the project. And it's almost 10 o'clock at night, and I can't remember what my third one was. So if you give me a second. The employees was the better thing. So we're going to give the employees all a better work environment, and I think that's equally important for all three dynamics of this project in whole. So they get a brand new building, they get more staff, more room for forward movement, their own facility, all the things we just talked about, a locker room, a lunchroom, a break room, a training room. They get supervisory staff around the clock. We get surge protection. So it really is a win-win-win all the way around. And this is the only building that we've come up with that I and State 911 have been equally as interested in. And
Yeah.
Yeah, I think back, I'm
Can-
sorry, go
no,
ahead.
No, I know that's okay. I just wanted to, my final comment, and you raised it during the committee meeting, was, is just there may be questions, particularly for those in the immediate area, on the height of the tower. And so my question would be, at what point would, is there a public question period or comment period? I mean, it is what it is because you need the tower to do it. So I understand that. I'm just trying to, balance, questions that may come up as a result.
So one thing that we did talk about yesterday that we have to look further into is the town meeting vote requirement. And so we're going to need to understand from State 911 what the relationship would look like between between Westborough and the center. But any long-term lease would have to go to town meeting. So there would be lots of discussion around some of these things, yeah.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I would say I'm supportive of this. I know, also I want to thank you for all the work. One of the things we learned in the tour in Foxborough is the level of complexity of pulling this type of a project together. And even, I know you've been working, and this has been worked on for well over a year, if not longer, 2 years. I know the number of interested communities has gone up, it's gone down, it's gone left and right and sideways and back. So I'm glad to see that we've got 4 committed communities at this point, and that we're ready to move forward on something that can, that we expect will help improve the quality of service from our first, dispatch in support of the first responders in a way that also saves the town money. And so I'm fully in support of this.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm fully in support of it. Back to you kind of asked my question. When I think about it, though, I think we need to look at the height of the tower, but it's when I look at it to the fire station today or the Harvey building, which are right in residential areas, this is not in a residential area. Yes, there are residences as you go to Fisher or the residences way down on Smithville Parkway in Gleason, but to me, it sounds like a great place, a great use for something. And yeah, storage is great, but a use like this that's going to, as you said, is going to save us money in the long run. So I'm fully supportive of this.
We need a motion?
I do.
I lost my packet.
I move to approve the proposed use of the Huncamunco Pond building redevelopment into a regional dispatch center.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Good
Thank
luck.
you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Have
to
a great
Christy
You too.
for working collaboratively. I mean, I think this is what makes Westborough what it is, you know, that it's a great team behind the scenes, so thank you. Or in front of the scenes, as it would be.
Okay, next on our agenda, item 9, request of St. Stephen's Episcopal Church for a Beano bingo permit. I'm not sure I saw that in our packet,
I
but
think it was.
That's in front of you on
paper
your
in front of
desk.
us.
Paper packet,
Nope,
one old school.
It's a form
I don't know if I saw that.
somewhere in here.
So it looks like this.
Ah, okay. And?
So acting in your capacity as the local licensing authority, you've received the application in front of you, submitted by St. Stephen's Episcopal Church pursuant to MGL Chapter 10, Section 38. So this is a form that starts here, and then it goes to the Lottery Commission. This is something that there are one-day requests. There are also annual requests. My understanding is that this is for the annual license, which allows, obviously, multiple dates. They've identified Tuesdays. The way this works, everything is regulated through the Lottery Commission. There are reporting requirements. Your role is to approve it if they meet the requirements of obtaining the license, and they do. They're a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit entity, and they have other requirements about how long they've been in business, the completeness of the form, all of that. Once, if the board does approve it tonight, the police chief also signs off on it, and then it is sent to the state.
So moved? No?
Yeah, no, I'll second that.
Okay.
And I would just say that I know that there are lots of folks that are looking forward to this event starting up again. It shut down because of COVID, and so it's a great social event, particularly for our seniors, so
We've had
enjoy
it in
it.
town for a long time, as you
Yeah,
said, and it shut
yeah.
down, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Anything further? All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, National Grid easement at 123 Fisher Street.
So this was on the October town meeting warrant. So the town authorized you to grant this easement. I did put a version of a draft of the easement in your packet that was being reviewed by town council, and there was some language changes. So, in an effort to continue to move this forward, you could amend the motion to authorize the chair to finalize and execute, as opposed to executing the one in your packet. This is just for an additional pole that would be on town property, and we showed that at town meeting. I can show it again if you're interested.
Sorry, did you say that, oh,
Go ahead.
did you say that we can authorize you to do this? Is that what you?
Let me, yeah.
Oh,
me.
okay.
I said the chair. You
Chair,
could,
right, okay,
you could
sorry, I
do
missed
either.
that. So-
I don't need to see the pictures.
I don't either.
No. Poles wood.
It's in your packet.
It's got the
Lines, trees,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's an additional pole. It serves, currently it serves some other customers. This is part of a project to actually try to reduce energy. So, so the easement does allow the poles to be used to serve other customers, which I don't think we have a concern about, since we already have poles on that property that do the same. And they worked with the DPW director, because it's a DPW used property in terms of placement of the pole.
Okay.
So,
Go, no, you got it.
I was going to make the motion.
Go
so-
for it.
Go for it.
Okay. Move pursuant to the authority granted under Article 27 of the October 17th, 2022 special town meeting to authorize the chair to approve and execute an easement with the National Grid on property located at 123 Fisher Street. How close was that?
Yeah, to finalize and execute. I think.
Finalize and execute.
Yep.
Second.
Any other comments? All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you, Ann.
I will get on that and finalize that agreement.
Run right up the pole and
Yep.
sign it.
Okay, next on the agenda is a request to appoint Heather Crum to the WRTA Board
I believe the
Commuter
letter
Board.
was in your packet. The agenda item form is in front of you.
Yep.
So Ms. Crump has submitted a letter expressing interest in being appointed. The Worcester Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board has a vacancy in the position of Disabled Commuter Population Representative. So the only difference here, they send this out, the vacancy is not assigned to a single town. So all of the communities within the WRTA catchment, which is 37 communities, have the opportunity to effectively nominate someone to fill this seat. So if you do approve her appointment or her nomination, we then forward that to the WRTA, and effectively, it sounds like they do it in order of receipt. And if she is not, my interpretation of this, the way it's written, if she is not selected, she stays in the queue for a future term. And it is a one-year term that starts January 1st of 2023. So the ask before you tonight is to move to appoint her. We will send your...
Or nominate her.
To nominate her nominate her for appointment to the vacant seat. And then we will forward that to the WRTA.
Yep. And I apologize because I think I said Heather Crum. It's actually Heather Crump
Yes.
is the name.
So I would move to nominate Heather Crump to fill the vacant Disabled Commuter Population Representative position on the Worcester Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board.
Seconded.
Okay, any further comments?
I just want to acknowledge her stepping up not only to serve on our own disability commission, and I believe she's chairing that, but then to see this opportunity and further represent Westborough, and I think that's great, so thank you.
Yes, I agree. All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Next on the agenda is another appointments or request to concur with the appointment of Inemesset Williams to the Disability Commission. And her letter was in our package, and I think the motion we have in front of us. And this, again, this is a concurrence. Town manager makes the appointment with the concurrence of the board.
So I'll move to concur with the appointment of Ms. Williams to the Disability Commission for a term to expire June 30, 2024.
Seconded.
Any comments or questions?
Just gratitude for her stepping up to volunteer.
Yes.
Yeah, she's got some great experience to, I think,
Yes.
share personally and professionally, so that's great.
Okay, all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present.
I shouldn't have said great experience, some relevant experience, sorry for that.
Relevant and appropriate. Okay, next, Select Board testimony on House Bill 5391.
So House Bill 5391 is the bill for the exemption that was mentioned earlier today, and at your last meeting, you had voted to move to make the request that become a bill. So we had forwarded that on to our delegation. So this is the exemption that was approved at town meeting. I got an email on Monday or over the weekend from one of our state reps, Rep. Kane, who said that they had forwarded it and that they expected that there would be a hearing which would accept written testimony, so right after Thanksgiving. So we're preparing this for that hearing. The letter is in front of you. John Steinberg wrote the bulk of this with help from Leah Talbot, myself, and Sean. as the as the rep to the Senior Tax-Abled Aid Committee. And so it really just asks for the support and gives some testimony about the development and how we got to this point of the creation of this, acknowledging that we take advantage of other exemptions that are currently available to us, but looking to include this other exemption in our offering.
Great.
And
Yep, they did a great job. Thank you to John and Leah and Christy for helping to put this together.
I'll make a motion.
Yes. Wait, where did I have it?
I don't think you have it. So you would just move to authorize me to submit this testimony on your behalf.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and we'll sign that.
it's easy.
Okay, thank you for doing that. All those in favor?
Yeah, this is great.
5-0, 5 being present. Item 14, meeting minutes.
So we don't have
meeting
those.
minutes, so we'll push that on the next meeting. Unfortunately, Seal has been out, so we'll get that for our next meeting. Next item is the town manager report.
Very quickly, the senior needs assessment is still available to be completed. So if folks are interested in completing it, they should do so. It's still available on the town's website. The town did receive the MassWorks grant for $2 million, as well as some additional MassDOT funding of $2 million, and that will support the Otis Street Transit-Oriented Development Regional Improvement Project. So we're working forward and getting those contracts signed. We're working on the FY24 budget. This is the time of year where we hold our budget meetings. So last week and this week, myself and the finance director have met with department heads on their initial requests. As a reminder, the budget is due to you as well as the finance committee by December 21st. So lots of budget work to be done in the next few weeks. The capital budget, the capital expenditures planning committee has heard from all the departments that had capital requests for FY24 to 28, and they'll be meeting over the next couple of weeks to complete their work. ARPA projects, as the board is aware, we have several ARPA projects that were awarded, but we did have a balance that was remaining, and we did talk at the budget summit about actually an increased balance due to some of the awarded projects being funded alternatively through state funds, including earmarks. So as we're looking to allocate all of the funds, which we need to do by the end of 2024, we did send out a request to everyone who was awarded a project, asking them if there was any additional funding that was needed to complete the project, being aware that some of these projects were coming in over the amount that had been awarded. And so we did receive 4 requests for some additional funds. The finance team met on Monday morning, and we decided to move 2 of those forward for some additional funding, with some additional work to be done, questions to be answered on the other 2. And so the finance committee will be taking those requests to their meeting on December 5th, and then we'll have it on your agenda for December 13th. So those are actually, it's a request of the school department for some additional funding around the emergency repair of the school roof. And the other is additional costs related to the chlorine booster in the DPW.
And are we still waiting on additional information on the splash pad?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not, we wouldn't be hearing that yet.
You won't be, no.
Okay.
That's one of the 4, but there was some additional work to be done around that, yep.
So still.
So what, just to that note, what we did is, we're still holding the 250 that was approved, but there's still
work.
work to be done, so it's not
Okay.
anything that's been.
Yep, okay.
And then just noting that the town offices will close tomorrow at noon for the Thanksgiving holiday and reopen on Monday.
Great, thank you. Issues and correspondence of selectmen, and if we get it done in 1 minute, we'll be on time, but I know we won't, so I'm not that I'm rushing anybody.
I got just two.
Patrick.
Okay, go. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to the volleyball team who won the state championship. Amazing. Went to one of their games. Just amazing experience to see that team play. And then I'll just express a general Thanksgiving and warm wishes to all the community during this holiday season.
Thank you. Alan?
Just wanted to thank all of the residents who, over the last couple of weeks, on various topics of interest have been communicating with the select board and letting us know. It's always fun to post on social media, but there's no guarantee we see it. So the best way is to reach out directly to one or through the select board email address on the town website, so we all get to see it.
Great. Sean?
Oh, nothing for me tonight, except, yes, happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you. Shelby?
Yes, just a quick update and to let the public know that the information sessions on the Mass Pike 495 interchange are starting, so if folks are interested in that project, I encourage you to go to MassDOT. They are encouraging folks to sign up for updates, and so you can go out there, find the project, and get their updates. And they actually just had a public session I was not able to attend last week, but they'll be continuing to have those, and that project will be I believe it's a 7-year project, and it will be starting in like 2023. So it will impact all of us, and then, and there are actually other improvements that are happening on 495 southbound and the 290 westbound interchange that are starting now, and so you can also see those construction projects. So just wanted to make everyone aware of that.
Great.
That's all.
Thanks. Patrick, echoing your thing on the volleyball, was able to go to the state finals, and just what a tremendous group of young ladies, but also the fans from Westborough that showed up has been, especially the students, just having a lot of fun, but just being so respectful and good. It was just really a good showing by the town of Westborough, and just kudos to, again, the team, the school department, the parents, the students. It was a wonderful thing, and it's, winning a state championship is a pretty big deal. So.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. So congratulations to them. Some of the note, we are meeting as Capital Expenditures Committee, as was noted. So that is moving forward. We're basically have met with all the departments. We're getting ready to do evaluation, and that will be work that we'll complete over the next, hopefully, a couple of weeks to finish up that process. I do think we've some of us are slower than Kim, but we made some good breakthroughs this year and really kind of moving this thing forward in terms of, I think, things that we've been trying to do and understanding, and I think will be something that will resonate well with the board, but with the community too, in terms of how we're communicating stuff, but also staging stuff out to assure that, as folks remember, that something was mentioned about Hastings, whatever, but really trying to get to the process that we spend a little money up front on projects, so when it comes to town meeting, we're very close to being assured what the price will be, and we don't have numerous bites at the apple to come up with a cost, because we only had rough order of magnitude estimates. So really good things coming out of that. Trustees of Soldiers Memorial has been meeting. A couple of real things to bring up there. We are doing work with the high school, is helping design, put together design ideas for the Veterans Memorial for the new cemetery up on Nurse Street. So that is ongoing and engaging on that piece. We did do some cleaning of monuments over across the street from the Forbes building. That was planned for the summer, but unfortunately with the water ban, we couldn't do them because we needed water to wash things, so we waited until the water ban came off, but that was just completed. And then one thing, so I don't forget, but I'll follow up, Kristen, Kim, with you, is there's a request to the trustees to, they had kind of locked storage down in the Veterans Service area for flags and some folders. They've been moved down to the rec department. They were looking to see if there might be available file cabinet or something to store, have some locked storage for files and the flags we keep in inventory. So I'm supposed to pass that along, and I'll forget about it again if I don't say it now. I think that's...
And Ian, just I know the new monument that's at Minuteman, there will be a dedication.
Oh,
in the
yeah,
future.
sorry.
I was
Yep.
just going to ask about
Yep.
that.
Yeah, so the new, if you go out there, it is, David Nurse did a fabulous job working with the trustees as a committee, but really kudos to him for the work and really being a kind of one-man show in terms of fundraising. And the plan right now that we're working towards, along with him, is really that we'll do a dedication on Patriots Day this coming year, is the plan. So more to come on that. Again, working with him to shape the agenda on that, but thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it. I meant to say that. But if folks haven't seen it, the monument's in place. It's a second monument now up at Minuteman Park, and just, it fits really well with the existing one that was there, and just additional names of those from Westborough that participated on the march, so.
And I apologize, I did have one more item. I just wanted to thank DPW for all of their work and collaboration on a really tight turnaround of changing banners out from the Veterans Hometown Heroes to the Winter Lights program, and coordination between light poles and the downtown beautification on the Rotary. So huge kudos to the DPW team and for helping with that, so.
And Ian, I just have one other one that you reminded me of. I'd like to say thank you to the police department for the wonderful job that they did on Veterans Day and escorting us all around the town to all the various different locations. I got caught up a little bit in front of the Grand Marshal at one point and realized that, so boy.
Did you get arrested?
It was close. It was a close call. But they zipped right around me. We were good to go. But yeah, great experience, and I do appreciate the police department's work on that. It went very smoothly, except for my one faux pas, so.
No, I think, thank you for both. I mean, it's just, I think we could all come up with things of all the departments, so please pass along those thanks from us for that. Okay, Sean.
With that, I move to enter into an executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the clerical union, patrol union, and firefighters unions. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, with respect to litigation strategy regarding residences of Westborough Station, Northland, TPLP, LLC at 100 Charlestown Meadows Drive, enforcement of affordable housing. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of October 3rd, October 26th, and November 2nd of 2022.
Second.
Sorry. And I declare that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the board's bargaining and litigating position. The board will not be reconvening in an open session at the conclusion of our executive session. We have a motion and a second. We need a roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Edinburgh, yes?
Johnson, yes.
Keough, yes.
Marshall, yes.
And thank you to Westborough TV, as always, for staying with us and staying so late. And happy Thanksgiving,
Thanks, Jeff.
Westborough.